Okay, welcome, good morning. Welcome to all our observers who are joining us today in person and over YouTube. I really look forward to this discussion. I'm going to turn this straight over to Kalina. We have a busy morning ahead of us.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning.
One last thing I should say, and I forgot this because I've said it a few times in different contexts, is if you remember, there's a lot of outreach that has occurred between our last two meetings. Agenda paper 9 does a really good job summarizing all of that outreach, but there's a caveat to it. In general, we're trying to make sure that the people on the other side of the outreach have a chance to input and are comfortable with it. We haven't had a chance in all instances to do that. They represent staff summaries of what occurred. They do not constitute a formal agreement with the parties, but I think it summarizes really useful information. So no one is bound by the views expressed in the document by any means, but I found it very useful in that context. But again, I just don't want to say that these are official summaries, minuted, and people are absolutely committed to those positions. Sorry, Kalina.
And thank you, Tom, for that context. And I'll talk to it about later on when I present the feedback. But good morning, everybody. We are delighted to be here today to talk about audit evidence and risk response. And if we can go to the next slide, just wanted to spend some time recognizing the team who is sitting here on the table with us. So we have Anna, Christy, Fadi, and Megan. And Josephine and Edo are project board members who have been working alongside us, giving us a lot of technical, strategic advice and also advice while undertaking the outreach. So the way that we've thought that we could structure our discussion today is in two parts. The first part, we want to present an overview of the outreach that's been ongoing. And then in the second part, which will be the longer part of the discussion, we'll focus on the technical topics that we are bringing today for discussion. There are a few of those. So with that, if we move to the next slide, our first part of the session will focus on the outreach part. So Anna, maybe the next slide. Okay, so this slide tries to capture the outreach piece of the work that's been going on since March. So what has the team done? We have spent a lot of time engaging with diverse stakeholder groups. As you see on the slide, some KPIs there, 80 plus hours, 34 project-specific meetings and stakeholder events. We've spoken to stakeholders from 19 global geographical regions. And then obviously we've asked a lot of questions. Looking at Anna, our designated question asker, we've had 140 plus questions that we've managed to explore on a wide range of topics. And if you look at the right side there, those are the stakeholder groups we've talked to. So we spent time having focused discussions with users of financial statements, deep dive sessions with the MG members, that is IOSCO, IFIR. We've engaged with regulators and audit oversight authorities, trying to capture all geographical regions. Obviously, we cannot talk to everybody, but it's been a selection of those that we think could cover a broad perspective on the issues. A lot of engagement with firms, individual meetings with firms, then talking to the forum of firms twice as proposals were developed, and with the standard setting working group of the GPPC. We've engaged with the S&P AG also on a broad range of topics, and we did have a roundtable with our stakeholders over the summer with a diverse stakeholder representation, 20 participants there, representatives from the regulatory bodies nominated by IFIR and IOSCO, and also from the profession, nominees from the GPPC, and then from the Forum of Firms and the S&P AG. So We usually don't present slides like this until a project reaches a milestone, and we are not at a milestone yet. This is usually when we approve an ED or there is approval of a final standard. But why we felt it's important to give this information to the board is for two reasons. So it does show a lot of commitment from our stakeholder groups who are willing to spend their time and effort to talk to us. So for every question we've asked, there is equally a lot of preparation on stakeholder side. So we wanted to take the opportunity to recognize that. And we are very thankful and appreciate this dialogues that we have been having with them. So thank you very much to our stakeholder groups. And also it gives the board an indication of the input they have to the process so far. Obviously, as I mentioned, we're not at a milestone. There's more to be done, but we felt it's good to show the board something like this. So if we can move to the next slide, we just wanted to explain to the board a little bit how we are looking at the feedback. So it's an ongoing consideration of insights from the outreach. Tom spoke about us being able to receive further input from these groups that we've spoken about, and we are very happy to do so. What agenda item 9 does, and in lack of a better word, it presents the feedback, raw feedback, as we have taken notes, as we have prepared report backs and shared with our stakeholders. Obviously, some of those are yet to be looked at by stakeholders, and we'll take on board the comments that they provide to us, which will be shared with the board as they become available. We also had a lot of meeting with firms. On those meetings with firms, we were asking questions about insights from their methodologies. So it was very impractical to summarize those detailed discussions in terms of what a methodology requires. But we have provided the board insights from the key learnings at an aggregated level in our agenda papers on those points. Another thing is that staff and the project board members have used this feedback in a way to inform understanding for the issues as we were developing recommendations. In certain places, there was a lot of range of views on some topics. So to facilitate the board, in certain places, we have provided the view that has been discussed among staff and the project board members on some of those topics. Obviously, there is a view that the board will look at and make their own judgment based on what we are presenting here. So if we move to the next slide. So this slide shows the breadth of topics that we have explored with stakeholders, and the ones that are flagged on the slide will be the ones that we will present as we are discussing the topics. So we have material classes of transactions, account balances and disclosures, COTABDs, test of controls alone, the auditor's work on authenticity, then some topics about test of controls, including determining when and how to test controls and the use of test of controls, and using technological tools in audits. So those are the 5 topics for which we will present highlights of the feedback. The board has in the separate agenda items also a summary and some highlights. Obviously, there's a lot of information, so we thought it was helpful if we could provide such highlights for the board to look at. The other topics in the lower row on the slide will be presented to the board as the issues are being developed. So more to come in next sessions. And those topics are some other topics around test of controls and the audit evidence from a previous audit, GITCs. This is general information technology control, substantive analytical procedures. We have received a lot of feedback on that topic, so we will present it collectively as we progress the work. Discussions about categorization of audit procedures, including defining test of details and substantive analytical procedures, is yet to come. And we have also outreach with certain stakeholder groups on some of the matters in the holding package for proposed ISA 500. And then we will look at that once we bring the issues to the board on that topic. So if we move to the next slide. So what we thought, Tom, would be useful is that we have a general reflection on the feedback from the board. Obviously, this is high level. We do not expect the board at this time to discuss the technical topics, which will come only later in the separate agenda items 9A to 9H. And as part of this discussion, it's useful also to hear views on the project outreach activities and the ongoing consideration of feedback that I just spoke about. So over to you, Tom.
Okay. Any reaction on the outreach activities? Or none?
Thank you, Tom. No, just to congratulate to the team because it is really important the work that you are doing and all you've done so far. And thank you also to all the stakeholders for all the time spent with your project. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. So in my opening remarks, I was already planning on saying that I'm very impressed with the speed and the volume and the diversity in the outreach activities, which is things that we have talked about, where we aren't reaching all the audiences and we're sort of honing in on certain viewpoints and not others. So I think this is a good baseline to learn from on how effective outreach can be and that it can be done quickly, because I think one of the other impediments in the past has been the time that we thought it would take to get the proper input. So I thank you for that. And I guess I should also say now that I'm impressed with the whole team and the volume. It's a hard project. And the volume of work that you've done and in taking in the different viewpoints and being very open-minded to listening, because I have participated in some of those outreaches. So well done. Thank you.
Anyone else? Amaro?
Just express my excellent impression of the work done so far. I'm really, really impressed with the amount of work we've done. It's a very, very challenging topic to talk about, especially that you were successful to have some feedback, at least from preparers and investors. We know that this group is always challenging to have real contribution. So thank you and good luck.
Okay. I think we all need the good luck. We'll get into that in a second.
Yes, I'm totally on the same page with Wendy and Amaro. So I don't say the same thing, but yeah, as Wendy said, the volume and the quickness, and also yes, the kind of diversity of the voices, that is very important. And I also appreciate that you share all those comments to us as well. So that is very important. Yeah, because yeah, to be transparent in terms of what we got. So thank you so much, and it was really impressive. Thank you.
Okay, Bill?
Agreeing with the three comments that have gone before me. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Just one question though, and did you notice any difference in enthusiasm or motivation or anything else with when people are in person having a conversation, albeit maybe virtual, versus having to write a written submission? And this is part of the difficulty we have. A lot of people, like users and preparers, don't always give us written submissions, and I think they'll be much more comfortable with in-person meetings where they can be a bit more selective. So have you gleaned anything from that within the process?
So yes, so absolutely, Bill. And let me tell you that first, this type of stakeholders, they don't have a lot of time. So there's one challenge: getting to the right people, finding the right people, getting to the right people, and then using your time wisely. Obviously, we are bringing to this type of group technical questions. So another challenge in the background is how do we digest that material so we are able to convey what we want them to understand from a very technical topic. And this is where Josephine's and Edo's and Mikoko's input has been very important, because those materials that we prepared needed to be short, to the point, ask the right question, but also be very understandable. So there are a lot of challenges in just doing that. Once we get to these groups, the interaction in person is critical, because the questions that they ask, right, we can answer them on the spot. If there's any things that are unclear, we could clarify. A lot of this user outreach we did with participation of board members, and board members were also able to step in and have an interaction and a dialogue. Another benefit of this is we are hearing a lot on the topic we are asking, but we are hearing a lot on other topics that we are not even thinking about through the lens of this project that are also useful. So it has been a great experience, and some of the learnings of this user outreach, I think the board will have discussions, how can we be more effective in this? How can we make this happen more broadly across our processes? I personally love interacting with this group. The insights they bring to the audit process is fantastic, things that we are not even thinking about. So there is a lot more that we could probably explore, be more effective, use the collective contacts, inputs, knowledge of this board to make this a more streamlined process, effective on their side. Written submissions sometimes are also useful, because usually those who chose to do a written submission were very familiar with the topic. They had a background on the topic, so they felt also comfortable. So both of those, we took on board.
One, so obviously echo sentiments. I think it's really important, though, to think about how we deal with this diversity of input. And I think it's one of the things that's really helpful is actually to have diversity even amongst the same sort of categories of groups. So within practitioners, within the user group, within the regulatory group, because something we always say is we're not counting votes in this process. We're ultimately coming up with the best solutions based upon the evidence given to us. Knowing the background of the individuals is really helpful to it. And then that's how we weigh our ultimate conclusions. But no particular group has a veto or an overwhelming say over where we conclude. We have to do the best we can, and particularly in an exposure draft process. I feel like we're able to experiment a little bit more on ideas when we want to test them, because if you don't use an exposure draft to test ideas, then you can never do it, because you can't go beyond an exposure draft and a final standard. So as we get to the discussion today, I think that's sort of how I take into account the diversity of viewpoints that we get, not attributing any more authority to one over the other, but reflecting on where they're coming from and how that guides me in terms of the consideration of evidence. Edo?
Thank you, Tom. And I may just want to emphasize 2 points that have already been raised in this discussion, and that is the cooperation of the people participating in the outreach. So that's and I've been involved in a fair bit of this outreach, but that's great. Also the enthusiasm of the staff to perform outreach, and so in that context, and Kalina already referred to it, says we're learning as we go. So really expressing appreciation for everybody who's contributed. Ask also for a little bit of patience, because we're learning along the way how to make this process even smoother, more effective, more efficient for all parties. Yeah, I was very impressed with what has been done and the help that the team has got from the various participants. And yeah, need to reflect to make it better, even better. Thank you.
Okay. I'll turn it back to the team.
So thank you so much for that input. If we move to the next slide, now we are going into the discussion of the technical topics 9A to 9H, we did flag to the board yesterday, the order will be a little bit different than what is presented in paragraph 3 of agenda item 9, but our first topic stays with agenda item 9A. If we go to the next slide, and that is the material COTABs. So material COTABs was a topic that we explored with users, with regulators, including MG members, firms, SMPAG, then also with jurisdictional standard setters and professional accountancy organizations. So it's been a topic that's been discussed with broad stakeholder groups. It was also a topic that was part of the discussion at the diverse stakeholder roundtable that the project facilitated in July 2025, this year. Broadly, at a very high level, a range of views remain across and within stakeholder groups for this topic. And there are some fairly strong views on either side of this topic. So this is the general high-level sentiment there. Now, while there was a range of views, there was broad support for the risk-based approach to an audit, which is requiring more work over financial statement items where risks of material misstatements are identified and assessed. So that is something that came out strongly in the outreach, very broad support across all stakeholder groups for this model. Talking to user groups and some other groups, there was also a sentiment of support to remain open-minded and to explore alternatives to substantive procedures for material COTABs. So those were the areas where we did identify support, sentiment or openness to explore. Now, when we talked about this topic in March, we also flagged to the board that as we are going to do this outreach, we're going to try to find out more about these balances, how often they surface on audit engagements, their nature, their size, and other aspects. Is there any particular engagements where they do happen more frequently? So in summary, yes, these balances are more common than the likely rare scenario. They do happen. There may be engagements that do not have material COTABs, but in certain cases, there may be 1 or 2 of such balances per engagement. So it depends on facts and circumstances. Also, their nature and size vary depending on the circumstances. Typically, these are balance sheet items where you don't have a lot of movement or the volume of activity of the account is small relative to the balance. But there are cases when they are income statement items. And just to mention what's come up maybe as a surprise, particularly to us as staff, is cost of goods sold has been sometimes identified as a material COTAB. And then some revenue streams, some other expenses, some other examples, they're listed in the paper. One, in terms of whether they happen more frequently in certain cases, some examples were that they may happen more frequently in smaller audits or less complex entity audits. They may happen more often in the audit of the parent company accounts. So those are the examples of instances where we've heard that it may be more frequent to identify such material COTABs. One factor that was brought to our attention that could drive the number of material COTABs being identified is the level of aggregation at which the determination of COTABs is being made. So that is general on that point, but coming back to the range of viewpoint, so I mentioned there is a range of views. Within the groups, there's different sentiment. Not everybody from users agreed, not everybody from regulators agreed, not everybody from the profession disagreed. But in general, there was a majority support from users, regulators, and the SMPAG for this performing substantive procedures for material COTABs. Why? Because it guards against imperfect risk assessments. They are of importance to users and other reasons. From firms concerned about this requirement, we've heard that it undermines the risk-based audit model. There are other guardrails in our standards, so we don't need it. And then it does encourage a checklist mentality, and that was not seen in the public interest. So if we move to the next slide, and before I talk about some of the proposals in the paper, let me just spend some time talking about the spectrum of possible solutions that we considered. So on one side of the spectrum, we have removed the requirement, remove paragraph 18, 330. On the other side, we have retain it. The proposals in our paper are in that middle range, which also offers a range of alternative proposals to achieve the public interest objective of the requirement. So why do we operate in the middle range? And by doing so, can this be seen that we are risking of being non-responsive to any stakeholder group that was there? And why we are operating in the middle range is because looking at the collective feedback, the sentiment from the collective feedback there, we felt that there is, and as Tom said, this is not counting voices, this is not giving prominence to any stakeholder group, it is the collective stakeholder feedback. We believe there is no basis to propose to the board to take it out. So this is the reason why that proposal is not there. That was a discussion among Edo, Josephine, the rest of the team. We analyzed, we criticized the feedback, we saw where, and this is where we collectively landed. We don't see a basis to propose this to the board. Now, on the other side of the spectrum sits the option to retain it as it is, and that would probably align with some of the majority sentiment from some of the stakeholder groups. Why we didn't go to that point was because, notwithstanding the supportive sentiment, all of the groups cite challenges with either enforcing or consistently applying that requirement. We have an open project here to revise 330. This is our opportunity as a board to look into solutions. So it didn't feel appropriate not to try to find a solution before going and proposing to the board. It is what it is. There is one other nuance here, that option 1 is probably to the higher end of that keep it as it is. And I'll talk about that option later. So it is kind of captured. I know that I wanted to respond to this point because we did receive some offline comments. Why have you not proposed retaining and so on? Okay, so having talked about that spectrum of possible solutions, explaining we are in the middle range somewhere, not at the two endpoints on either side. It's the options. Let me go into the options we considered. And obviously, we do put a recommendation, which is a non-balanced recommendation. And that is something that we will ask the board for views. So option 1 includes removing paragraph 18 and then introducing a presumption that there is a ROM in material COTABDs, and that would be in 315. So this option continues to safeguard against imperfect risk assessment because it effectively repositions paragraph 18 to work in 315. And in doing so, it could alleviate some of the practical challenges that are cited in terms of which assertion to test, how much to do, because now there would be a presumption for a material COTABD to have one or more relevant assertions. So staff did not recommend this option because of the limitations that we thought could arise around it. One being obviously the impact on the auditor's professional judgment because it's driving an enforced risk assessment. It's telling the auditor you have to. So it has that background around it. And then by doing that, the auditor will always have to identify a relevant assertion, and that puts you into, you have to do, like for any other assertion, testing, sample sizes, and the amount of work you would have to do would sit in the range as for a significant COTABD. Well, now paragraph 18 does allow you some judgment there in terms of how much work you do and which assertions you test. So that was the point. And then we also talked about, could this drive inconsistent judgments in determining materiality and other unintended consequences? So that is on option 1. Option 2 was to remove paragraph 18 and revise the standback in paragraph 36 of ISA 315 to incorporate some of the aspects of a safety net. And this option is focusing on the auditor to perform additional risk assessment procedures to obtain audit evidence to support their evaluation. So the standback evaluation that is now in 315 asks the auditor to reflect on the completeness or whether all the significant COTABDs are appropriately determined. So that is there now. This includes revising that one to strengthen the audit evidence you obtain from the auditor's determination. So it's kind of going beyond the standback here. Actually, not kind of, it's going beyond the standback here. Now, the benefit is it does not undermine the professional judgment of the auditor about the existence or not of ROMs, because that would still be there. But what is the limitations that we saw with that option, and this is why we did not feel it's appropriate as a way forward, it can be perceived as unclear of what is the extent of additional work that is required. So the auditor has done their risk assessment procedures. They have come up to their determination of significant COTABDs, and now we're saying do more. There may be cases when the auditor has already done all they can do. What is that more? We would probably come into a situation where we need to explain that, because I'll talk about it later. We don't have application material. And on that basis, we think that the perception for clarification will defocus on how much and what assertion, but will come on how much more and what are these additional risk assessment procedures. Another point there is that this would be doing risk assessment procedures. It's not substantive work. So there may be a perception in terms of, is this robust enough, or does it safeguard sufficiently against imperfect risk assessment? So that perspective also. Now, for both options 1 and 2 to work, application material would be necessary. Staff has not gone into developing application material. Obviously, this is our first go at this topic with the board in terms of proposals. Should the board give us feedback that we need to take away or evolve some of these options because they could be evolved, then that is something that we will bring to the board at the next point. Now, option 3, which is the on balance recommendation that we are bringing to the board, is about revising the exit requirement to a conditional requirement and clarifying its purpose and rationale. So the key feature of this option is it doesn't aim to undermine auditors' professional judgment, but it does retain some level of substantive work to guard against imperfect risk assessment. It's up to the auditor to determine the need to do so for material COTABDs based on the rationale that such balances are of particular importance to users in specific circumstances. So it establishes a threshold, which is importance to users, to trigger work on material COTABDs. So in terms of this option, even though it that conditionality is the point where we see that it kind of doesn't conflate with the risk assessment of the auditor, but it's still guardrails against or doing more substantive work. A downside there is that it assumes that the auditor would have some level of insight into matters that are important of users, and that may be challenging in certain circumstances or for certain type of entities and may require that knowledge. So on balance, staff is recommending as a way forward that option 3 be considered by the board. And this is because it continues to offer a solution to perform substantive procedures for material COTABD, which responds to certain feedback that received. Those balances remain of importance to users. This is the rationale. And in doing so, the requirement works in a cohesive manner with the risk-based nature of the audit, because it does not imply that it does not imply a flawed risk assessment. So in addition to that recommendation, we are also proposing application material, and this is directional application material. So it's our first go, I mentioned. It's up to the board to give us direction on this application material. And then another point that we did look at is adding a documentation requirement in 315 to strengthen that standback evaluation. From our discussions with firms and our discussions with Josephine and Edo led firms anyway document, their rationale for that paragraph. So 315 was not explicit on it. Putting something like that can guard against improper risk assessment to a greater extent if we strengthen the standard there. So Tom, if we move to the next slide, and Tom, before I do hand over to you, just 2 points. We have 2 questions there. In discussing how we take them, I guess where we landed is question 1. Let's take it first with A through C, and then go to question 2 of agenda item 9A, which is about, is there any other options on that spectrum of options to be considered? But before we do so, because this has been a topic that has consumed a lot of the time of the project board members in terms of advice, technical advice, strategic advice, advice along the way, gathering feedback. I just wanted to give Josephine and Ed an opportunity to comment on this topic.
Okay, happy to do so. So, and Colleen is right. This has been subject to a lot of debate. And it's a difficult one. My personal view, and I've voiced this before, so that's not a surprise, is that we should just get rid of paragraph 18. It undermines the risk assessment, and and if it's an element that needs to prevent against imperfect risk assessment, we need to address risk assessment if that is not appropriate. And in my view, in 315, with the determination of significant COTABDs and the standback on whether any material COTABDs are rightfully so a material COTABD, that is the safeguard that we already have. And this is a superfluous and unnecessary safeguard in paragraph 18. And causes confusion. So that's my firm view. So you're then left with a number of options that all have their issues. I'm slightly attracted to option 3 for the reason that it allows for the practitioner to say, yes, there's indeed no risk, and I don't need to do any procedures. I am troubled by bringing materiality-like considerations in the application material there. So that's that's the rub where I still struggle with that option. And also in my outreach, a lot of people are now saying, well, if this is so difficult, well, then just leave it as it is, because we're just getting tired of the discussion and it's not helping us at all. So that's just feedback from my outreach that I got, but this is a really tough one, and where we need clear steer from the board on where to go, and and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Josephine?
Yes, thank you. So I think that I guess you could call it the evidence that we've gathered and the feedback that we've gathered has put the staff and Ada and I in this position where, you know, the feedback isn't clear. Some people are talking about retaining it. Some people say get rid of it altogether. And there are reasons behind that. But I feel like underlying all those reasons is potentially just a fear of an imperfect risk assessment. But that to me is a performance issue, not a standards issue. And I was around when 315 was being revised. In fact, I used to attend quite a lot of the task force meetings as well as previous board members' TA, which I was privileged to do. And when we introduced paragraph 36, it was to guard against the imperfect risk assessment. And it's not only just paragraph 36, but it's also paragraph 35 as well, where you have that sandbag. Do I really have the right evidence here to make sure that I have got the right bundle of risks? And of course, the standards do allow you, once you start your further audit procedures, to rethink and go back as well. So you have yet another chance along the journey to rethink whether you've got that quite right. And that's appropriate too. But ultimately, we worked hard to bring in this idea of just checking again. Am I sure that I've got the right bundle of risks here to move forward? And we are all supportive of the risk assessment approach. It is foundation to our standards. And we did say in 315 at the time that it was perhaps a bit too early to pull 33018. Let's just see how the world works. And yes, as I say, some of the feedback is guarding against this imperfect risk assessment, but that's going to happen 33018 or otherwise. And so I really don't see any further need for 33018. I'm completely with Ada on this. I think it's completely redundant. And actually, some of the feedback that we did get implied that people on that materiality point are mixing up something that's important as being material. Well, if it's important, then surely if it's that important, there should be an inherent risk there. And so it should really be part of your risk bundle anyway. So the key here, to Ado's point, is it's to accept that we've given it time, we no longer need it, but actually what we probably need to focus on is maybe some guidance around that risk assessment. The other thing I did think about that I thought in the option that was presented that was useful is in relation to the documentation requirement. One thing that might help us moving forward on removing 33018 is to actually add an additional requirement in 315 in relation to 35 and 36 specifically. And I think this happens already anyway in practice, because that just draws more attention to the fact I really must make sure I've carried out those requirements appropriately. But, kudos to staff, because it was very complex. There were very difficult conversations. They listened and they have reflected what they heard. But ultimately, I think it's time it should go. Thank you, Kalina.
So Tom, yes, this is exactly the struggles we had. Thank you, Josephine and Edo, for explaining that. Underlining all of this is, do we have a basis to propose to this board to take it out based on the work that we've done? Where staff landed collectively with Josephine and with Edo is we don't have a basis because of the feedback that we've received from these two. So that was very important for staff to convey to this board, irrespective of personal views, and there is diversity on this topic amongst our team, broadly amongst the staff. But it is one of those topics where we've listened, and the basis for our recommendation is driven by the evidence. So we just wanted the board to hear that point. And Tom, with that, we're ready for feedback.
So I think on this last point, though, this is exactly the issue I was sort of talking about and the way I evaluate the comments. Like, we could say that read the feedback that we've gotten in some ways, and say that because users or regulators have said something, we feel this way, or we could say it's an important point of view. So I think there could be diversities in the viewpoint about what the basis for an option should be. Now I'm also conscious, like, we have basically 4 options actually on the table right now, if I read it right, or 5, which is status quo, right? Status quo, remove it, and the 3 options that the team prepared. I want to structure this a little bit, so and make sure that this argument, the discussions go in a way that we can articulate the value of any option. I guarantee you almost everyone will want to have a say a little bit on this. And maybe the first thing is just sort of get a sense of where the room is at the outset, because then I can have people speak on behalf of particular options, and then I will call on people to speak. So in terms of option 1, does anyone want to speak on behalf of option 1 in the room? Okay, we'll come to that. So, no, I'm gonna ask you to speak on behalf of option one. Anyone want to speak on behalf of option two in the room? Okay. Wendy, you're now in charge of putting the argument for option two in the room. Because I want to have this discussion. Option three, any people want to speak on behalf of option three in the room? We heard obviously the staff case. Okay, Makiko, we'll have you come in on that. Nancy, you can come in as well. Now, the status quo, will anyone want to argue on behalf of the status quo? Okay, Sammy and Bill and Neil. Okay, and then the final option, we heard Josephine articulate just elimination with elaboration of 315 maybe, but also a documentation requirement, which I think is sort of option 5 in this context. Will anyone want to speak on that behalf? Neil, okay. I want to do this because I want to make sure that the board has a full discussion and here's the text. So, why don't you talk to why you believe option 1 is the best?
Thank you, Tom. Actually, not exactly option 1. I mean, if I have to choose from the 3, I would prefer option 1. But actually, I would like to propose some modification to option 1.
Okay.
Is that it's not an absolute presumption, but a rebuttable presumption, which in some way we will make it closer to option 3, just like the revenue recognition fraud risk. You would require the auditors to presume that material cutbacks have at least one ROM, but there is a chance for the auditors to rebut that if they have a valid reason. Of course, they have to document it clearly in their working paper why they come up with this rebuttion. That's my reason. But I first need to start with maybe before I make the choice. It has been confusing ever since we started this discussion. I mean, what's the difference between material cutback and significant cutback? So far, I'm not convinced that this concept or the difference of these two concepts are clearly explained. Because if you look at the paper, when it talk about the material cutback, it say it's important to the users. And its material omission, misstatement, or obscure information need to be addressed, or it's of particular importance to users. In that way, it should be a significant cutback, not only material. So that has been keeping confusing me for a long time. So now, if we say, oh, well, there is indeed a difference between the two, and I have to choose, then I will go for option 1 plus modified to add in the option of to rebut it. Actually, in my outreach to other practitioners in China, there are diversified views. Some go for option 3, but with the concern on the discussion about the of particular importance to users, because why would you need to consider the particular importance to users for material cutback, which you don't do for significant cutback, right? Because the importance to users, you've considered it in your determination of materiality and in your risk assessment. And then why would you specifically mention that for material cutback? So people are not quite convinced for that. And for option 2, which talks about you have to perform additional risk assessment procedures. People's view is that why don't you just spend that time on performing those limited substantive work instead of performing additional risk assessment procedures? So I think I'm still struggling because I I think in our previous discussion, my position was to remove that. Also to address stakeholders' concern that about the imperfect risk assessment. So now I determined to go for a modified option 1. Thank you.
Okay, any reactions to that explanation, Paulina?
So yes, thank you very much. And when I was talking evolutions of options, that's exactly what we are thinking about option 1. So thankfully to Jamie, and this came a little bit late. We didn't have time to fully explore it amongst our team, discuss it with the project board members, but this is a possibility to refine option 1, to make it more less of that, some of that negative perspectives on that option could be addressed. So we think there is potential to go and do something like that. Just wanted to make that sure that it was flagged, but we didn't have time to fully address it. Thank you.
Yeah, Tom, I think I just wanted to respond to Zayu's comments around the confusion between the terminology, because I think with this topic, you can actually very easily get confused between the different terminology. And so in my mind, how it works is 330 paragraph 18 today addresses all material COTABs. So that means, remember, all significant COTABs are also material COTABs. And it also addresses material COTABs that are not significant COTABs. So it addresses all material COTABs. Option 1 and option 2 continues to address all material COTABs, but in different ways. Whereas option 3 only deals with material COTABs that are not significant COTABs. So that is an important distinction. And to your point, all material COTABs, those that are significant and those that are not significant, are items that matter to users, because by their nature, they matter to users. However, the significant COTABs are being taken care of because they came up in your risk assessment. You've got relevant assertions, you're going to respond to that, and so on. But you could end up with, and how many and how often Galina spoke about, we thought it was very rare, but apparently it's not as rare as we thought. There are material COTABs that are not significant COTABs. By their nature, they matter to users, yet we're not going to do any work on them. And that's the so that's the distinction a little bit to think about. Galina, you wanted to come.
Just wanted to absolutely support what you said. This is coming through very strongly also from the user side. They don't explain it as you've gone about it, but these material balances matter to them. The perspective that they're taking when they're talking to us is the auditor doesn't see something that is from our perspective important because of this difference in significance and materiality, and from their perspective. So I guess maybe speaking not technically here, that option 3 is trying to bring these perspectives closer, embed them in our standards, so the auditor has an opportunity to think about, you know, what can be there that is important to users. So maybe that's not also coming clear from our paper, but that's where we landed.
And that's right, and that's what users are saying, that these balances are important to them. But the reality is that when the auditor is the audit is a risk assessment process. It is that you can't audit every single balance that you believe is material to users. You have to make that judgment at the beginning when you think about the users, and you then set materiality. And of course, that flows through all of your planning. And the reality is that work, the understanding of the entity, the environment, the internal control, that work is covering all material balances. What the auditor is doing then is saying, out of all those material balances, when they're important to users, which of those could have a risk of material misstatement? And that's where I'm going to focus my work. And this is why we're confusing that materiality here in some ways, because the problem that people are worried about is that that risk assessment process might fall over. That's the problem, because ultimately the whole of the financial information that's being presented is looked at by the auditor through the risk assessment process or through responding through further audit procedures. And so there is a slight lack of understanding, which is totally understandable from a user's perspective.
Okay. I think that's been a really good discussion of option 1. I'm going to call on my option 2 person, Wendy, to speak up for that. Obviously reflect on what you've just heard too, if it's relevant.
So, thank you, Tom. Just reflecting on what I just heard, I and the user group and the outreach group that I went to, we didn't really discuss option 1. You know, we saw too much downside and we just really focused on 2 and 3. So that's what I am going to talk about. And
you view did you only view those as the options that were available to you, or did you view
No,
4
we
and
were
5
talking
were
about 4 and 5 at
Okay.
some point, and then we came back around to trusting the papers and going back to 1, 2, or 3, and expecting that you were going to ask exactly what you did in the beginning. So I might sound a little bit like an echo chamber, but I'm going to address option 2, or I'm going to address the journey that we went on. Overall, I'm a little bit of a purist, and maybe that means idealistic, but I am very focused on 315 doing what it's supposed to do, and 330 doing what it's supposed to do, and not trying to take something that's in 315 and put it in 330, which is why I feel very strongly that we don't need 330.18. But I also want to address that we have thrown around this word imperfect, which I think 315 contemplated, which is why 36 is there. That the audit is continuous, and you go through it and you come up, you might see things that alter you from your plan, and then you go back and address it. So imperfect shouldn't be confused with performance issues. I just want to state that. So we did start off in kind of a option 2 versus option 3, but we saw option 2 as the one that was most clearly aligned with 315 and considerations for updating 315 now. I do have to plug that in the US, we have a slightly different 330.18. So that's when, Tom, when you asked me about option 4, we said, okay, let's just change to what the PCOB does and what the ASB does. But that wasn't one of the options, so we didn't spend a lot of time on it. So option 3 is probably the least disruptive, but I do not believe with the application material. I do not agree with the application material that discusses decisions of users, and believe it undermines the risk assessment process. So my whole theme here is that 315 is a very good standard on doing the risk assessment and stepping back, and that's why 330.18 is not needed. So I would like to emphasize relying on the 315.36 stand back. And we may need some additional application material to help us get through that, because I didn't say it was perfect. Might need it to explain what additional substantive procedures are. And I would like the focus of 330 to be on the objective of that standard. And is the auditor obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidence to address the risks that are identified in 315? And then lastly, I didn't want to be in a place where we had any option that would limit the ability of the auditor to perform only tested controls, which I'm sure will be a bigger discussion later. So that's where I landed on option 2. And if I didn't say this in the beginning, I completely support what Edo and Josephine said in the beginning, which was the thought process that we went to get to option 2. And to be very clear, there was a lot of debate between 2 and 3.
Okay. We have a couple option 3 advocates here. I think Makiko and Bill were in the option 3 corner. No, you're not. You're in option 4, status quo. After we go through this, Nancy and Makiko. So Makiko and Nancy.
Okay, thank you. Yes, actually, in terms of option 3, I think it's ideal to think about the importance to users. Yes, but what I'm wondering is that if it can be implemented consistently, because I first like to understand what is the difference between materiality and importance to users. Yeah, because the materiality is already set from investors' perspective, as Josephine said. So, and the materiality is really the common word in the capital market. So if it's material, it affects the investment decision. But what is the importance to users other than material? So that is what I was confused. And yeah, and maybe to introduce new concept, which is importance in addition to materiality. So if we introduce, we need to discuss if everybody here or stakeholders have the same page on the importance to users. And why I'm thinking that is that the importance to users may be very dynamic. For example, I don't know, maybe what we can imagine is that the segment information, which were in the outreach document, a lot of investors say segment is very important like that. So that might be easier. Maybe we can have a segment information is important to users in the guidance or application material, etc. But it's not like that. For example, if we can imagine the building, for example, in the fixed asset, which is not very important normally, maybe this year, but next year, something has happened in the macroeconomic in some jurisdiction, and that building is very, very important to users. So it changed suddenly and always changing. So what I'm wondering is this kind of, how to say that this level of granularity is very practical for practitioners, and also if we can have a common understanding with regulators as well. So that is what I'm wondering. And if there is no common understanding for the importance to users, and then that might be a cost for society. So yeah, for all the stakeholders, because yeah, we need to back and forth about this is important. No, this is not important, like that. So that is what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So let me see how I would start. It was clear to, I guess, the group that I was speaking to that option 1S is they don't like. I mean, you're taking away that judgment element. You're taking away the fact that we're risk-based. We have to do something anyway. So people don't like that. There was virtually no appetite for option 2 for the simple fact of saying, well, you want me to do additional risk assessment. What more do you want me to do? I think I've done a credible, proper job, pre-15. Now you want me to do something else. And one person, I think, actually spoke up and say, oh, I can just use my, former risk assessment. And we said, no, I think you're supposed to do something more. So option 2 got dismissed fairly quickly. So what's left? Option 3, right? So, we looking at 3 options, and then you can talk about modification or what have you. But first and foremost, out of the 3, what's attracting you in terms of an option? So people naturally all gravitated towards option 3. And it's a bit like process of elimination, Mr. Chair, right? Not 1, not 2. So it needs to be 3. Now, is 3 perfect? Not really. And in fact, that conversation came up, and I personally wouldn't be too uncomfortable if we have a rebuttable option 1. And then it's a bit like practitioners are saying, you're going to have to give us some trust and confidence. We're going to do the right thing. Where we think we need to do more work based on some sort of stand back, we'll do that. Now, what does that translate into in terms of work effort? What is the most efficient way to get there? So that creeps into the conversation as well. So what would that documentation requirement be when you have to determine you need to do more work, right? So in my mind, like, does it mean that I'm actually doing another round of risk assessment? Right? That determination, how do I come to that determination? So then I think, for me anyway, it doesn't always have to be another round of risk assessment. It could be looking at what I've got so far and whether I need anything more, which is different from going through another round of risk assessment. So bifurcate. Risk assessment. What we seem to suggest is that you need to look at this particular importance to users. And all we've said is that that additional step anchors on that. Is that what we mean? If that's what we mean, make it more direct. And then the other part of me was to say, and it's really what I think Josephine said, and Ado as well said it well. It's that imperfect risk assessment at the outset, right? How do we have some guardrail around that, right? So what you want people to look at would be this particular importance to users. Importance to users should be caught up like in that first round under 315. I can't give you the chapter or verse. It better be there. If it's not, we have a bigger issue, right? So is it explicit that we need to consider matters that are of importance to users? If it's not clear, should it be a requirement thing that we want to tweak, or at least as a factor to consider in 315 application material? So clarifying that, I think I would ask the team to maybe take a look at that. Importance to users overall should really be in 315. This particular importance to users. So what are we really driving at? I think we need to give people more if you're going to ask people to make further determination based on that. So one thing I would say is that in the intelligence world, sometimes one piece of information, one piece of intel is actually unclassified. So I'm actually talking from experience with Five Eyes, and I did have contact with that group. One piece of information may not be all that telling, and it could even be unclassified. But in combination, I have this intel plus that intel. In combination, all of a sudden, it elevates the significance of that piece of information or intelligence. So in our case, it could be a significant account balance and then several disclosures. So several COTABD, COTABD, I don't actually know how to pronounce it. COTABD is seemingly what my contacts are calling it. A combination of several of these may then become something more meaningful to the users. So something about maybe sustainability disclosure, something about the financial risk and all of that, in combination with some elements of those account balances, might then become of particular importance. So you have to help people understand, what do you mean by particular importance? And I think we need to have more application material if we were to go with option 3.
Okay.
And we also need to consider the documentation aspect. What do you expect people to document? How far do you expect people to go in that determination if we were to go with option 3?
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you. I guess I struggle a little bit, though. That argumentation sort of leads me into, why can't we just make the risk assessment process clearer? Which is, that would be option 5. But we'll get to that in a second as well. Greg, did you want to come in on option 3? We'll come into option 3, finish option 3. We'll take a break. We'll talk a little bit about 4 and 5, and then we'll try to bring this to a resolution, because we have like 18 other papers to still talk about at a time. Which is sort of an example. We've spent so much time on this project, this topic for this project. Greg.
Thank you. Just speaking a little bit to option 3, I am keen to hear all the options and sort of reassess, but coming into the room, I was with option 3, and one of the factors for me in that was our position in 5,000. I think it's very similar to this. Paragraph 140R uses different words, but same sort of concept. And so I guess that's just something to put into the mix here. If we land in a different place here, what does that mean for 5,000? So yeah, so coming into the room, based on the papers, I was agreeing with staff, but I am all ears for other options and will then land accordingly. Thank you.
Billy.
Thank you, Tom. So I just wanted to come in on option 3 on a few items. I think, Makiko, you raised the point about the possible confusion between materiality and of particular importance to users. And Greg, thank you for highlighting this is not completely new thinking of the board. This is thinking that was also reflected in ISA 5000. So just a couple of observations, and Makiko, hopefully then through the observations, I will address your point as well. I think the first thing we need to, like I said earlier, option 3 is intended to only talk to, sorry, I just need to find my paper here. Option 3 is intended to only talk about material COTABs that are not significant COTABs. So that is a change from what we have in 330 paragraph 18 today, because 330 paragraph 18 talks about all material COTABs. So this only talks about material COTABs which are not significant COTABs. So these are items, I'm just going to use items for shorthand. These are items where the auditor did not identify any risk of material misstatement. So there was never a relevant assertion, never. So it's completely clean. And that's why, regrettably, I apologize, our example in the AM is wrong. Because in our example, the AM about the significant segment information alludes that you may have assessed risk to already be at acceptably low level. Then that was a significant COTAB, because that means you had a risk, you assessed it, it's irrelevant, there was a relevant assertion, and yes, it could have been at an acceptably low level, that's fine. But that's something I do, no, it does. Oh, if you've identified a risk and you've assessed it, then that is a significant COTAB, because you had a relevant assertion.
I think we didn't phrase it properly, but we did just mean it was like a material code.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. We wanted to say it's material COTAB, that's right. But so there was no relevant assertion. That's what so we're only talking about those where there are no relevant assertions, no risk was ever identified, and so on. And that was the result of the risk assessment process, which is fine. Now, all 3, what paragraph 18 says is it asks the auditor, exercise judgment. It's not a requirement, it's conditional. And it says, just think about this. It gives you a different lens to think through. It says, yes, you've done your risk assessment, it's fine. There are these, and hopefully, because I still truly believe, and I was very surprised when Kalina and the team told me that she's hearing from people that cost of sales ends up being one of these items. I cannot imagine how that can happen if you do a proper risk assessment. So in my mind, that shouldn't be the type of balances we're talking about. But there may be these 2 or 3 material items that are not significant COTABs. You've never identified a relevant assertion for them. And all this paragraph is saying is, just think about it through a different lens. Remember, by their nature, you are saying this is something that matters to users. So think a little bit about what is it about this item that would be particularly important to users if it was wrong, because that's what we say a material COTAB is. And if you're still comfortable that you're fine, there's nothing further to do, then carry on. But if you say, I've got this land and buildings They've been in the entity for 20 years, year on year, nothing changes in terms, the value changes are straightforward, not, but you know what? What would be of particular importance to users, because this is an item that matters to them, is if I am unaware that there's a lot of encumbrances on this land and buildings that I'm not even aware of. So you know what? Let me just check the rights and obligations again. That's what this is driving at.
Absolutely, and I just want to support Willy on this point, and I think option three offers a solution for this issue. The other options, there may be evolutions in them, and we can look into it, but this is something that is already thought through as the board through the sustainability project. Thank you, Greg, for raising it, different wording. Application material, this is directional, what we are showing. We are very thankful to receive feedback. You know, we do recognize work is needed for this option to become what it needs to be. But in terms of, you know, putting effort into developing something, definitely worth further looking into from at least from staff perspectives.
Josephine?
Thank you. And it was just, and Willy's spot on in terms of, you know, you just think, is there just something else? And that's right. But I truly believe that's what we were trying to do with 35 I always get the numbers wrong, sorry. Yeah, and in both of them, in fact, both of them, the stand back and then the material COTAB stand back in ISA 315. And there's absolutely no reason why we can't have that conversation in 315 when you are thinking, do I have enough evidence? And the other thing that I forgot to mention when I had the mic earlier was that in terms of the practitioners who are, from their perspective, are a bit worried about if we take away 330.18, irrespective of if they even believe it is redundant, there is nothing that prevents them in their methodology, in terms of their firm's policies and procedures, to have this additional requirement when they're carrying out audit engagements, if they feel that's the way to properly meet the requirements in ISA 315. There's nothing to prevent that. And that's about their own, you know, risk management processes, their own firm policies and procedures. But Willy, everything you say is right, but I think that can also be built into 315. Thank you.
I'm gonna move us towards break in a second, but I guess I sort of now see option 3 as you have the risk assessment, then you have a stand back, and then like, to some extent, we have another stand back. This might be where we want to go as a board, but I think that's conceptually what we're actually saying here. Makika, did you want to come in before the break? Okay. Let's do a 20-minute break here. So it's 11:20. Let's reconvene at 11:40. We have a lot still to go. We're a little behind schedule. And we'll continue this discussion. Okay, can we go start getting back to our seats? Okay, can we all get back to our seats? Okay, welcome back. Just for clarifications of what we're trying to do right now, we're trying to get all the issues surfaced on each of the options, and we will regroup and see where we're coalescing around. So we'll get into option 4, which is let's keep the requirement as is. And if I remember, both Sammy and Bill were going to talk to this. So Sammy, maybe I'll turn to you first and then Bill afterwards.
Thank you, Tom. And let me start by thanking the team for the good work they have done, just like it was mentioned in the first section of this discussion. Very good outreach. And I like the way that they divided this very sophisticated topic into a number of agenda items. And maybe we can build on this for future projects as well. I would like to say in terms of the options, that theoretically, maybe option 3 looks okay, but from practical point of view, and as it has been mentioned in the outreach, the level of findings and efficiencies when it comes to control testings and conclusions that comes out from that control testing is still on the high level. And this risks arriving at the wrong conclusion at the end of the day. And I don't know how international the outreach was, but I think if you go more international, you might find that the findings or the level of findings is even on a higher side in that area. And for me, is it to live in a theoretically appropriate world or to live in more practical world, or actually what's more beneficial for the public interest? Is it to get it more theoretically appropriate, or to live in a practical mode where you can try to control the level of findings and deficiencies and failures? I would go more to the practical side. And also, the other thing I would like to mention is that we continue talking about the AI tools and the development of AIs. We were talking about it the other day, and we talk about it all the time. Now, with all the developments of these tools, I would expect the cost of applying more substantive procedures would be reduced. And if this is the case, then why do we need to bother too much about doing more sampling or more analytical procedure or more substantive work? Is the cost going to continue really to be a factor challenging us in that area? Maybe with the development of AI, it's not supposed to be the case. More than that is that if we do a benchmark, I don't know if we've done a benchmark, and I didn't do a benchmark myself, but my feeling is that if we do a benchmark, for example, to other set of standards or to PCOP standards, I don't think that this will be very aligned, that option 3 will be very aligned with the other set of standards. Maybe the status quo is more aligned with those. And last but not least, just for the sake of discussion, if we imagine out of transparency concept that we're going to disclose this in the audit report, if the auditor is going to come out and say, look, these balances, they are material, quantitatively they are very material, millions of dollars or billions of dollars, but all what we've done regarding them was only control testing. What kind of feedback or reaction we'll get from the investors and the users in this case? Is that going to increase the level of comfort and trust? I'm not sure about that. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Bill?
Thank you. And curious that I'm following a regulator because that's a similar logic I've got to what you've just said, Sammy. Let me be clear at the outset. My knowledge is inferior to so many of you. And we have had extremely good outreach. But it's interesting, after extremely good outreach, we come up with options 4 and 5, which weren't even in the first 3 options. And funnily enough, I'm erring between 4 and 5. So that's a change. The real point I want to push for option 4 is that we don't, even though we conceptually we should have a risk-based audit and the risk assessment should be perfect, they are not. I do not think any of us could sit here and say, the better minds can say it, but that every audit practitioner out there is doing a perfect risk assessment. And so therefore I am going against the conceptually sound idea and say that this is put in the substantive work to reflect that. My outreach in Australia was mainly with practitioners, and unlike I think what your outreach found, Kalina, is that they were unanimous. You've got to do substantive work for material COTABDs. So I'm going to pull the public interest card and say that I don't want to risk regulator findings where a regulator has a different view of the risk assessment to the auditor and that finding damages our reputation professionally.
Okay. Any reactions to our argumentation for option 4, which is despite all this excellent work and outreach, leave it as is? Okay. So then we get to sort of option 5 that was articulated, I think, most strongly by Josephine in the intro, which was eliminate, as I get it, is eliminate paragraph 18, add maybe some documentation requirements and some guidance, but really rely upon the risk assessment and the stand back requirements. Right? Is that a fair description of option 5? Okay. Billy?
I was just thinking about something, and I think it would be fair to the position that Bill and Sammy took to also just highlight this, and that is, to Bill's point, is remember, we have in our standards, in a number of places, put something in that is simply non-negotiable, where we say for clarity and consistency and compliance, this is what we want you to do. And that's just an additional point to Bill's argument.
And I was just asked, yeah, and look at I think Greg was right that in 5,000, I'm looking at the paragraph right now, irrespective of the assessed risks of material misstatement, the practitioner shall consider the need to design and perform substandard procedures for disclosures that, in the practitioner's judgment, are material. That's what we put in 5,000. Okay, just if people didn't have 5,000 at the tips of their finger. Okay, I think Neil was going to talk to this first, But Joe, were you coming in on something specifically okay, let's Neil first.
Great, thank you, Tom. Thank you to Ada and to Josephine that I think introduced option 5 as something that wasn't necessarily presented. I mean, in my outreach, obviously it's focused on professionals or practitioners. It was clear that their preference would be to rely on their risk assessment and to remove the 330.18 requirement. We feel that there's enough standbacks and safeguards already built into 315. I think when I reflect back on Monday and we're talking about 540, I can see in the documentation on 540 how one of the key highlights was the improvement of risk assessment procedures since 540 had been deployed. Sorry, my screensaver Bill took so long. My notes, oh goodness. So I think 540 feedback initially shows how risk assessment has improved so significantly over the period of time. And it'll be interesting to see how that post-implementation review shows up. And my sense is going to be the same here, that what was perhaps needed at the time when 315 or before 315 was actually made available, we'll find that once we do the post-implementation review, that our risk assessment procedures have improved so significantly that we actually don't need this third safety net because we have a number of others already. So I would absolutely support that. One, there's maybe more guidance, perhaps there's some documentation that supports it. I would leave it in 315, I'd make 315 deal with it. I think we would be comfortable to delete it out of 330. We heard a few arguments earlier to say, well, 5,000 has it. I mean, I think just for clarity, 5,000 put it in there because this requirement existed and we needed to kind of counter it. So I wouldn't use that the 5,000 has it as an argument for why we need to keep it. 5,000 was reacting to this requirement and we needed something to exist. But I think a lot of it's been covered as to why we need to remove it. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Christelle?
Thank you. I had lively and very interesting technical discussions with stakeholders in my jurisdiction about this audit evidence and risk response project, and I'm happy to share the key takeaways from this discussion today. My initial view that I shared during the last board is to delete paragraph 18 entirely. Even if I understand that some stakeholders view it as a necessary safeguard for imperfect risk assessment, this is a performance issue and not a standard issue, as Josephine already shared. This change could be combined with clarification on risk assessment. My second choice will be to retain paragraph 18 as it is, so option 4, to avoid introducing new challenges regarding the determination of the need to perform substantive procedures. And regarding option 3, there is a concern in France that auditors may find it challenging to document their determination of the need to perform substantive procedures. Additionally, this option does not fully resolve the lack of clarity regarding the extent of substantive procedures required. Option 2 may be explored, but it introduces application challenges, particularly in determining what constitutes additional risk assessment procedures. 315 revised already support a very robust risk assessment. I am not sure that additional procedures could be performed. Thank you.
Show you.
Thank you, Tom. I just want to caution that when we talk about getting rid of 18, I think a more accurate word is to carve out something from 18, because 18 is basically covering all material callback, including significant callback. That's my understanding, right?
I think that may be true in fact, but the paragraph would be eliminated. Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. Wendy?
Sorry, thank you, Tom. I just wanted to clarify the difference between option 2 and option 5, because when I was strongly coming out on option 2, my focus was on eliminating 18, and I wasn't necessarily looking at paragraph 36 and the add there. So maybe that because I think that the key difference is not making that change in paragraph 36. It's just eliminating 18 and maybe tweaking some of the, I think this is what you said, Josephine, and tweaking some of the application material, which that's where I am. I don't think we need to add perform additional risk assessment procedures to evaluate. So I don't know if that was clear.
Okay. Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So option 5, I think looks good. I'm looking for some clarification though. When we talk about enhancing 315 with application material, more specifically, I'd be looking for some additional help on looking at that user importance. So I think it'd be important to clarify what we mean by that, especially when we get to a point about talking about particular importance, if we're going to use that kind of wording. So I think that would be important for me for option 5. The other aspect is documentation. What is expected and the extent to which that we expect people to document, because I think otherwise that could lead to inconsistency of practices. So those are the 2 clarifications I'd be looking for to support option 5. Thank you.
Really?
Yeah, I think Nancy brings up an important point, and I think that goes a little bit to what Neil said. Because Neil, I think you said if we take 330 paragraph 18 out with some addition to the application material in 315 and documentation, we're getting closer to a more practical solution. But I do think, I take your point about ISA 5000. Obviously, we put the requirement in because it was in 330. But I think what I do think 5000 did is it forced us to think more about how to operationalize it. And I think that's where we landed on that notion of that different lens. You go through your risk assessment, but also just keep that lens in mind in terms of these are items that matter to users. And so I like Josephine's suggestion at the end of the previous session of saying, well, nothing prevents us from incorporating that into the application material when you do that stand back.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak in terms of sort of how this option 5 is being built on the fly? But I think it would be fair to have the staff team reflect a little bit about what they're hearing and how we're stating the options right now.
So thank you, Tom. I think we haven't heard from everybody, so it would be useful to hear from everybody. But what I'm hearing so far is probably giving it another go at our next discussion, bringing in that option that was just here discussed as option 5 and seeing how that one can look. And then having a further discussion on that basis, because yes, there is differences, and there's some useful things we can take away, evolve the options and bring in new options. So that's practically where we are landing. See what we can do with the existing options, whether we can resolve those problems and build in the new options, including option 4, including option 5, and then bring something refreshed to the board.
So I think we could probably narrow some of the playing field here. And I think it will, first of all, provide some direction to the stakeholders who are following this discussion, but to also to you as a team on what you need to develop right now. To me, what I hear is there's not that much appetite for 1 and 2 as standalone options. Is that right? That being said, your points are well taken, but I didn't see people raising their hands. So basically, we're in some elements of 5 that is being crafted, 3 possibly as well, and 4 if we can't come to some resolution, like let's just go back to what we have for practical purposes. Is that am I categorizing? We may even have like even a strong sense of this board too, that pursuing option 5 may even be the preference right now. And I just don't know whether that's the case and whether I'm interpreting, and we probably get a show of hands. But I do think we need to give a little bit of a sense to the team. Neil, you were going to come in on this?
I mean, you got there that option 4 that hadn't come in these papers absolutely needs to be back on the table to say, if I'm presented with incomplete solutions, staying with the status quo is where a lot of my feedback said is, you're giving me answers that aren't on 100%. I'd rather just stay with the non 100% problem that I already have. So that I think needs to be left on the table as an alternative.
You know, I guess I just think with a show of hands, like who is sort of really wants as a primary option, the option 5 that we're exploring by a show of hands right now. I think you get a pretty strong sense of this board that that's the option, that I wouldn't throw away the work on option 3 because we may fall back, but option 4 seems to be sort of sits up there as equal to 3. But I think the preference of this board right now is 5 with the modifications of application material, clarity, etc. I think it was pretty clear. Am I misstating that? Okay, so I'll give that back to the team.
Yes, thank you, Tom, and thank you for that raise of hands. That's very useful. Obviously, we have to take away that option. It's initially discussed here. Staff will take it away and see what they come up. It may go beyond application material, given the responsiveness we need to keep to what we've heard in the feedback. And I guess that is the basis that's guiding us with these proposals and the judgment on which the board makes their decisions. So we'll come back on those. Just one point, we will obviously focus on what guidance we've received here. We may look at some of that option 1. I know, Nancy, you also mentioned you may be more comfortable with evolving that option, but if it doesn't work, we will drop it and proceed with what we've agreed. Thank you.
Okay, that was a good discussion here. I think we got some clarity in the room. And I think we're ready to move on to the next paper. I'm sure the team is ready to move on. Nikika?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for your summary, Tom and the team. I'm very clear on the summary and how's going on. Yes, and I just wanted to mention one thing about 5,000. Of course, it's include importance, and I think a lot of stakeholders are really focusing on we have importance here in the importance to users concept in the 5,000. But what we need to be cautious is this is not implemented, so we don't know what kind of maybe feedback will be would come by using this concept. So that is what we need to consider when we think about this topic. Thank you.
I think that's a good point. But there could be a sense that the risk assessment maturity is different in the world of assurance as well, too. And that you could have differences in treatment. So, but we will remember, we're not setting the standard now. We're setting an exposure draft that will see comment on whatever proposed change with a rationale for whatever change we're doing. And we'll need a full discussion of why we're proposing it and why we think it's an improvement. Remember, we only do things that will improve audit quality in the process. So thank you for that, Mikika. So Anna, over to you.
Thank you, and thank you, Tom, and thank you all for this discussion. We're turning now to the first of several discussions we have on test of controls, and the reason partly that we changed up the order of these papers yesterday and are moving now to this topic rather than taking them in order A, B, C, is because to I think, Shreya, you made the point just before, a number of the options that we've been talking about in the previous paper would have an effect on one of the reasons that extant paragraph 18 currently exists, or one of the circumstances in which it currently applies. And so it talks about, ultimately at the moment, it would apply to significant COTABs for which you had only planned to perform tests of controls as a response. And so that part of that requirement and that application of it is partly what was raising questions around whether in the ISAs it was permissible to design further audit procedures that were only test of controls to address a risk of material misstatement at the assertion level. And so we heard that there were various interpretations of this. And when we spoke to the board in March, we sort of asked the board to consider their views on this. And therefore, we included a number of questions on this topic in our outreach over the past few months. So what we heard was actually was very interesting. And really the two main things that stood out were sort of echoing that, yes, there is variety in the interpretations about whether the ISAs currently do permit it implicitly or not. And so there was support with clarifying whether or not it is in fact intended to be permissible. From firms in general, we heard that methodologies tended to align with the ISAs, and therefore if something was not explicitly permitted in the ISAs, it would be explicitly permitted in the methodologies, but if it was not explicitly permitted in the ISAs, it would not be explicitly brought out in addition. And so there was also curiosity, if I say it this way, around what almost explicit permission could look like, because it would not be, we did not discuss a requirement to perform tests of controls. So this is more just clarifying. The discussion became about application material. So the views that we did hear was maybe something like this would in fact help us support our objective of encouraging tests of controls to be thought about more frequently as plausible responses to risks of material misstatement at the assertion level. And so that was sort of the positive and curious-minded perspectives on this. We did hear a number of concerns raised, and some of them echoed perspectives we'd heard from the board previously, in particular from monitoring group members, from regulators, really about the possible impact on quality of being seen to encourage this as an approach, partly because part of the drivers for the focus on internal controls in the project related to performance challenges on an ongoing basis. And so there was a bit of a concern that simultaneously promoting their use without those performance challenges being addressed maybe, well, just caused some discomfort, we'll put it that way. And they also highlighted that substantive work is actually often a good source of information to identify deficiencies in internal controls. So it's not that substantive procedures would support that controls have operated effectively, but rather in no longer requiring substantive procedures to address assertions, to address risks of material misstatement at the assertion level, we may be missing out on a source of information. Having said that, when we did discuss it and sort of explore a bit further what conditions it may be appropriate to explore this in, because conceptually there's a foundation for this being sort of a reasonable approach. We were really sort of asking questions around what conditions, what circumstances this might be appropriate in, and really that it would be quite a narrow set of circumstances, or really specific circumstances related to the risk assessment. And it would really need to be done while reflecting on what guardrails remain in our standards around potentially misusing such an approach. So as a team, we did go away and reflect on everything we'd heard and were sort of debated remaining more cautious and okay, following the more cautious approach. We had long discussions with our project board members on this, and we felt that on balance, there was an argument to actually ultimately explicitly clarify what are the status quo in our standards, which is considering that the ISAs do not currently prohibit it. The ISAs operate as if it's not prohibited, it is permitted. And so because of what we heard primarily was this curiosity and this drive and this desire for clarification, on the basis that there is a conceptually sound approach basis for it, that it isn't prohibited under extant ISAs, and that in reality, it wouldn't be applicable very broadly. we felt that the most appropriate course of action at this point to propose was really just to clarify in application material what the ICEs actually require at the moment, making sure that they set out sort of those guardrails to try and reassure some of those concerns around quality. And really that doing this was also intended to ultimately be an extra step towards future-proofing the ICEs. That ultimately, because the world is changing and we keep talking about technology and the rapid evolution and the importance of thinking about controls in these really automated environments, that there may be a plausible future world in not too long, where actually maybe the only evidence you may be able to obtain about some risks of material misstatement at the assertion level, maybe for some assertions, might actually only be able to come from controls. And therefore, this would be a way of making sure that that is explicitly deemed an appropriate response to those risks. So that is the basis on which we sort of set out the application material proposed revisions that are there. We're aware, they are a first go at the drafting, and so we're happy to take views on those specific areas. But fundamentally, what we were trying to get to was that our recommendation would be to retain the current approach, because we do see that there's an upside, and that we can do so while basically addressing some of the concerns that we heard in our outreach. So on that basis, we did do some thinking in drafting around what the specific circumstances were that might actually highlight that this is appropriate. And so I won't read out the slide on account of it. It is picking up what is in the application material that we proposed. I will just highlight a couple of them. One of them just specifically responsive to a concern that had been raised in March and that we heard also throughout the outreach, a concern of, well, we talk about the risk of management override of controls. That feels like one of these baseline concerns. And really what we're saying is, if that is a risk for that assertion, then that would not be an assertion for which it's appropriate to design only test of controls, precisely for that reason. So you may find that actually, in those circumstances, you're not in these circumstances anyway. And then we also separately thought about what are the circumstances where it's plausible, and also what needs to be true about the controls themselves. And so we sort of identified, and again, this was something that we held discussions with. We had some conversations on these points with firms. And so sort of all of these attributes of circumstances and controls were informed by discussions on the specific topics in our outreach. And so on that basis, what we really wanted your view on is ultimately the recommendation to retain the current approach in the ICEs and make it explicit, and the proposed clarifications that we've got explicitly. And so I think if we take 1 and 2 together, because 2 falls out as a consequence, it is fine, because question 2 then becomes whether there's anything else that we would need to think about. So Tom, can I turn back to you?
Okay, thank you. So we're on agenda 9G. Questions 1 and 2. Anyone want to begin?
I will speak more than once, but I will start with the question whether the extant ISO 330 permits the test of control only approach or not. When I did my outreach with practitioners in China, they were all shocked to hear this or to read this in this paper, because ever since 330 was out, I think back in 2004, the reading or the interpretation was that substantive procedure is always required for significant COTABD. So I think because this paper in 2 places, one is said, it's not, how to say, forbidden or disallowed. I think that the way ISA describe their requirement is always you shall or auditor shall. It's very rare they use the phrase of you shall not. If I recall it, maybe it comes up once in ISQM 1, but not in other ISAs. So when I read again the 330, I think there are a few paragraphs. If I put them together, I think it's clear that in the current 330, substantive procedure is required for significant COTABD at assertion level. That's, let me see, paragraph 6 of the standard says the auditor shall design and perform further audit procedures whose nature and extent are based on and are responsive to the assessed risk of material misstatement at the assertion level. Right. Then in application material paragraph A43, of course, the first bit is about the material COTABD, we can ignore, but then it says substantive procedures are required to be designed and performed in accordance with paragraph 18. And then the first bullet point is when the further audit procedure for significant COTABD designed and performed in accordance with paragraph 6 did not include substantive procedures. So if I put these two paragraphs together, I think it's very clear that the current 330 does require substantive procedure for significant COTABD at assertion level. And from another angle is that if we have just discussed 18. So for logic thinking, if 18 was so cautious to require auditors to perform substantive procedures on material COTABD where no, which is not significant COTABD, why the standard would accept you not perform substantive procedure for significant COTABD, right? Which is doesn't make sense. So the first point I want to clarify is I personally don't support the interpretation that the current 330 permit test of control only approach for significant COTABD at assertion level. Thank you.
So Tom, maybe this is important that we clarify how we arrived there, and I'm going to hand over to Anna to do so.
Okay, thank you, Kalina. I will do my best, and maybe I will also ask Vili to be on guard in case it needs complementing with further technical explanation. We were sort of thinking that this would likely be a question that came up, and so I'll do my best. Ultimately, we went back to the process that the auditor would go through in applying 315 and getting to designing their further audit procedures in 330. And the auditor in 315 goes through a process of identifying first risks of material misstatement, and I'll focus on risks of material misstatement at the assertion level. So those risks are identified first, and they're identified without consideration of controls. And so then any assertions that that risk relates to become relevant assertions, and that COTABD becomes a significant COTABD. Paragraph 6 of ISA 330 requires us to design, the auditor to design and perform further audit procedures that respond to the risk of material misstatement at the assertion level, is what you rightly pointed out. And then that means that it is for the ROM at the assertion level, whereas paragraph 18 under extant circumstances, including that application material paragraph you highlighted, applies to the COTABD as a whole. So it's basically saying if you have a material COTABD for which you have only so far in your initial design of procedures under paragraph 6 only decided to perform tests of controls for every assertion, you would be prompted to do something more by paragraph 18 at the moment. If you had 3 relevant assertions for a COTABD, for a significant COTABD, that is therefore a material COTABD, but for one of them you had already designed substantive procedures, you wouldn't be compelled by extant to perform substantive procedures for those relevant assertions where you had decided that test of controls alone were enough to address that risk. I don't know if that helps clarify.
Actually, I tried to locate the basis for conclusion of the original 330 back in 2004, but I didn't make it because the earliest publication is back in 2006. So I think because it's such a fundamental piece of the risk-based audit, when the risk ISA standards were initially published more than 20 years ago, I think this is some point we need to dig out something from when the 330 was put together and the rationale behind that, or even the academic theories behind that, whether test control alone was allowed more than 24 years ago when the scenario we are discussing in this paper didn't come up. So I mean, that is my personal read of 330. And also to plus that in paragraph A45, it talks about what type of substantive work you would choose from. They provide 3 options, and in the first bullet point of paragraph 45, they talks about perform only substantive analytical procedures will be sufficient to reduce audit risk to an acceptable low level. For example, where the auditor's assessment of risk supported by audit evidence from tests of controls. So by reading this paragraph, it's apparent to me that a test of control alone will not reduce the risk of material misstatement to an acceptable low level. You should at least add on substantive analytical procedures. But again, it's my personal reading and interpretation of this standard. I think we need more information on this to clarify. This is really, really important to me because, well, if it's already in the standard and we are doing some clarify versus it's not in the standard and we are making a change, which to me is a very significant change. These are 2 different things. Thank you.
So, so I've heard what you said, Xiaoye. I've listened with interest. Where I'm coming from is whether or not 330 implicitly allowed for this or not. That's not the question that we have in front of us. We want to, in light of the project objectives, to have auditors think about using test of controls more. And one of the levers is whether or not controls testing alone would help in that respect, such that auditors would in fact use test of controls more often. So whatever we did in the past and the arguments for it, it's nice to know, but it's not a compelling argument against. And I appreciate entirely that your reading of 330 is quite commonly understood in that way, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be considering whether test of controls alone cannot address a relevant assertion. And and it is quite relevant whether what you're looking at, because what we're proposing is definitely not all assertions, all relevant assertions within a COTAB. Well, you need to do at least some substantive procedures on a significant COTAB, but it doesn't need to be on all relevant assertions. And that's the question before us. So I think the staff will be happy to entertain a discussion of what the history was, but I don't think that changes the question that is in front of us. Thank you.
I agree, but I mean, when I raise this point, my key concern is that my interpretation of 330 is substantive procedure is required at this moment. I mean, it does require substantive procedure at assertion level for significant COTABD currently. So I'm not against, or I'm open to the idea that with the evolving situation or engagement we have in nowadays, there might be a possibility where tests of control might work. I'm not against that. I think we could open to that discussion, but to remove a current requirement is totally different from clarify an existing requirement. That's my point. Thank you.
Billy?
Well, Tom, I put my card down because I was going to make the same point that Ada made. That, and I mean, we've got a resident historian here, and I'm sure Anna will dig up the basis for conclusion somewhere. But I also don't think that should prevent the board from having this discussion, because I think that's what we are presenting. And remember, we are presenting it with necessary safeguards, because we do accept that this is this should have safeguards around it, and that's why we're presenting it in terms of a narrow range of circumstances that have to apply. We can certainly go back and make sure, but Anna's explanation was the way that we understood it. But we can dig up that basis for conclusion. But I do think it is important that we have the discussion as well.
Well, I guess to some extent, if there's confusion in the marketplace, at the very least, we should clarify what the position is. And we should clarify what the position is based upon whatever we think is best. You are right, Jaya. One of the things we always have to grapple with is the removal of a requirement has to generally produce higher, in our mind, higher quality outcomes. So that's an element. If there's uncertainty on this, we have to do this all in the context of how this improves audit quality. So you're highlighting a little bit in my mind the need for clarity at the very least on this topic. Okay, did you want to come back? No? Okay. So, but I think it sort of says that we have to tackle this issue regardless now. Bill?
You just mentioned if there's confusion in the marketplace, we should clarify. Are you referring via this process, or do we have another means?
Well, we're actually doing standard setting right now on this.
But what I'm thinking is that the standard won't be available or clarified for a long point in time. So I just asked the question, if you think this isn't maybe not the issue for me to dig in on, but I just think there might be times when confusion in the marketplace could be rectified by some other mechanism than waiting for the standard to be revised.
We only have standard setting and non-authoritative guidance. I don't think we're going to put non-authoritative guidance on this out right now. I think Anna gave an explanation which conforms to most of our understanding of how the standard works today. Billy, you have anything to add on that?
No, yes, I can maybe just add, I think, Bill, my personal opinion is that if irrespective of whether the board is going to agree that we should pursue this test of controls alone, there's probably in any case some clarification required in paragraph A4. Whether it is urgent enough to also put some FAQs out, I think that's the debatable issue. But I think we in this situation now, and to Tom's point, I think part of why the team brought this forward is clarifying certain of the existing material that is there, and then now building on this section about test of controls alone and in which circumstances that may be appropriate.
Helena?
So just one other viewpoint there. Irrespectively what happens with paragraph 18, this is how we interpret that standards to work. So even if we go for that option 4 or 5, I don't know which one in 4, then what Anna explained is still the case from the perspective that we've looked at it. So with paragraph 18, it does require further clarifications. I think you also mentioned some of those application materials that will need to get looked at. But to your point, it is something that our standards work on even today. So just wanted to make that point.
Mara?
Thanks, Tom. When I started reading the paper, I think that the confusion to me was similar to what has been discussed, because the paragraph 4 is written in a very dubious way to me, because it starts a second sentence. However, staff believes, so it's not very good for me when I'm reading when staff believes that such an approach is not prohibited, then make it worse for me, because then I didn't know exactly what was written in the standard. So I think the solution envisaged by Willie, we have to be more direct here, either during the consultation or in additional material. I don't know, but it's not staff belief. The standard permits. It does not prohibit. To me, it's completely different. Be more direct in a way on how to write this.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. Okay, so I wanted to answer the questions. I've appreciated all this dialogue. I do think that the standard permits it, so I was okay with the current approach. I was curious about paragraph 17 at the end. It says, this is because such an approach remains reflective of the technological environments in which entities operate and is supporting more future-proof standards. I was just if you could just tell me a little bit more about that, that would be helpful. Now that's paragraph 17, and I think you asked for 18 and 19 at the same time. So, oh, sorry, let me get to that. So, okay, so in A, supportive of the extant approach. In B, I think, we tried to do some clarification and place some different emphasis. I can send in some detailed comments on, I think it's A4 and A4A, which are illustrated in 18 and 19, which might help with understandability. I think there were the greatest concerns were in A4A. There seemed to be a lot of bullets, and this is not unique to this one, but often when we see a lot of bullets, we think that's going to be a checklist mentality. So maybe we reduce the number of bullets and make it a little bit more precise. And then I was wondering in A4 whether or not we could flip the order, because at the very end it says a combined approach, and maybe we do that first. But again, overall, I support the current direction of travel. Thank you.
Okay. So this actually is a good transition from discussion about what's permitted in the current standard about think of A as just the recommendation that to have under a narrow range of circumstances for testable controls, irrespective of your point of view of what's in the current standard. Neil?
Thank you, Tom. I support the idea that in some cases, substantive procedures may not be required to get us sufficient appropriate evidence. It's actually not something that I currently apply. So I do think there's some clarity that would be needed. I think 330.18 would need to be refined, because I think that adds to some of the confusion. So you would have to go and have a look at that. I do think that in large size banking audits, insurance businesses, high transaction volume type businesses that might have really good sophisticated controls could be some good examples of where we'd be able to get to to be able to conclude that we've got sufficient evidence rather than doing some substantive procedures over a specific item. I think you can improve your audit, you can get higher risks. We spoke just now about encouraging auditors to be able to take a controls approach. So I guess I'd caution a little bit about a long laundry list of when this is allowable. You don't want to be the open free for all, but you don't want to say it's only automated, it's only ITGCs, it can't be this, it can't be that, it can't be whatever, because then you'll just walk away and say this is too hard. It's easier to stay with the previous track. So I wouldn't make the number of hurdles too high to be able to get an entry into this process. But overall, I'd be supportive of its application in circumstances.
Thank you. Shayu?
Okay, my second comment, but not the last, is about the objective of this paper. And because this paper is in a couple of places talk about encourage auditors to perform tests of control. But my ultimate question is when we revise standards significantly, our primary objective is to enhance audit quality and always have public interest in mind. So my question here is that the test of control only approach, will it serve the objective of enhancing audit quality or not? I think that to encourage auditors to perform more tests of control is certainly not the the true benefits to public interest. Another observation is that when reading the material, in some cases I'm confused because the characteristics about those possible scenarios where TOC only could work is very similar to those characteristics listed out in another agenda item, which is, substantive procedure alone cannot provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence. So I'm wondering, I can recognize you in those so-called highly automated operations or business. Tests of control may become an essential rather than an option. But does that mean we shall remove substantive procedures from the audit response? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Josephine, do you want to come in on that?
No, I just wanted to add for, the public record, I'm a project board member, but it might not be obvious. I'm also fully supportive of what we have here. Actually, listening to Neil, I think that reflecting on that, I think that's right. We and Wendy said a similar thing. If we put too much information in the application material, it does become a checklist, and it may therefore discourage practitioners to perform tests of controls. And I'm thinking about I don't always think about public interest and audit quality related to one particular requirement. I think about what's being presented as a whole. So I don't see that as being a block necessarily to this. But what I will say is what we have to think about is the future of audit and the way that entities are onboarding technology, which will mean that actually in a lot of cases, auditors will not be able to get the evidence they need without tests of controls. And if we continue down this track of saying, well, you always have to perform substantive procedures, and I mean it at the COTABD level, I think that is going to actually do a disservice to audit quality because auditors will just not be able to get the evidence they need. And from that perspective, I think it's really important that we need to not just think about now and what exists now in the standards, but we have to think about the future and what's coming down the track. Thank you.
Okay, Billy?
So I completely agree with Josephine in terms of the collective view about the public interest and not doing a disservice, because you also don't want to try and drive a behavior where circumstances logically allow you to do something and then you just end up doing something else to tick a box. because I also don't think that's necessarily the right way to go. I do want to make sure that we have enough information, because I'm hearing a sense of we may have too much in the application material, and it's a difficult one to balance, because we do want to make sure. Remember 330 paragraph 18, one of the reasons that paragraph was there is because of the inherent limitations of internal control. So we were very deliberate in saying, because if you look at the inherent limitations of internal control, the limitations of internal control, the higher your risk assessment is, the bigger the consequence of the inherent limitations of internal control, the bigger the consequence that because of those inherent limitations of internal control, you can't just rely on internal control. And that's why we pegged it very deliberately at saying these are risks that are at the lower end of the spectrum. So those limitations do not have those enhanced consequences. So is everybody at least fine with that? And is it more that third bullet point about where we're starting to talk about the controls? Because we need to get this balance right, because I think there are safeguards needed. But and we thought it was fairly balanced already. So it will be helpful to tell us where are we going too far in terms of making it a checklist.
Okay. Let's call on someone who has spoken before. Semi?
Thank you. So if we believe that testing of controls can enhance the quality of the audit, that's fine. We can, I mean, that's fine, but this does not necessarily mean eliminating the requirement to do substantive procedures. There is another way, is that to make both of them requirements. That you can make substantive procedures requirement as it is, keep it as it is, and also add a new requirement that controls need to be tested. It's not something optional. So this is one thing I wanted to mention. The other thing is just on the proposed A4A, like we talked of the circumstances where relying only on test of controls can be accepted. But one thing I realize is that we did not mention examples the way we do with number of other application materials. And I wonder, like, why we did not mention examples. Is it hard to find an example? Because if we cannot think of scenarios where this can be applicable, then we might ask, like, why we are spending all this time thinking about something which it's not, might not even, I mean, maybe the scenario is very hard to exist with all these requirements in there. Thank you.
Ada?
So, so for transparency purposes, I'm project board member as well, just as Josephine. I'm supportive with this direction. Clearly, some language can be firmed up. One of the things that that was mentioned in my outreach, which I felt was important to bring to the table, is that at the moment we focus on the circumstances when this can be done. And I wonder to what extent we can flip this much more to the persuasiveness of the evidence necessary. Because I think that's a construct that's already in the standards and that we can build upon. And I thought that was a good idea, so I'm raising it. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I agree with that last point Ada made, by the way. I just wanted to comment a little bit on some of the wording in paragraph 19. So A4 sets up, it's got an A, B, and C at the moment. Just the wording in A is a little bit confusing. I think A, we're basically talking about a combined substantive and controls approach, but it starts with words only by performing tests of controls, which gets you in the mindset of controls only. But I think in effect, A is a combined approach, B is a substantive only approach, and then we've got C, which seems strange. If I'm right about A, I'm not sure what job C is doing. So if we could just look at that, and then when we get to A4A, that's the controls only, which we're trying to emphasised, which I like, and the circumstances and that. And I agree with Ada about the going down the persuasiveness route. Just a last comment on the very last bullet point of A4A. I've just found that hard to read, hard to digest. So do not involve only test the controls for all relevant assertions was quite a combination of you had to do mental gymnastics, and I'm not sure I understood it in the end. So can you have a look at that wording? Thank you.
Bill?
Just feeding back from my limited outreach with practitioners, none could give me an example where they rely on controls only. So if we could have some examples, wherever we land, if we could have examples, that would be helpful.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom. I mean, so I think getting existing examples right now is difficult because there's a perception or an application that this doesn't apply, and they don't do it. So you need to look to what the circumstances could be for when it is going to be applied. I think when I spoke earlier, I can definitely see well-controlled, sophisticated environments, some of the banking environments at a transaction level. These aren't high-level controls. These are specific controls down at a transaction level with a lower risk. Those are the scenarios where I truly believe you would enhance the quality of the audit because you would take a controls approach, rather than saying, I will get no value from performing controls because I have to perform substantive procedures. And the substantive procedure says I need to go and test 10, 20, 30 transactions, whatever it might be, and I get that evidence, which actually isn't super persuasive. Whereas if I really did some great controls testing, that'd be far more persuasive than just performing the substantive work on the lower risk items. So that's how I see it improving quality, because I don't have to comply with a redundant requirement or a requirement that's not necessary. So those are the scenarios. That's how I see it improving quality. Sammy, you made a point to say, well, if we can't, let's not take away the substantive, can we just add both? I would be very much against just adding both. I think this is an opportunity for us to be able to take a path in some circumstances that would test those controls and get us some great evidence without the need of the substantive procedures.
So Neil, if I read your comment, it sort of builds off of what Ada was saying about the persuasiveness point.
Yeah, and sorry, I'd also lend some weight to Ada's comment around how persuasive it needs to be, rather than saying the control characteristic needs to be this, this, and this, because that, I feel, is a set of facts that we're dealing with right now, which may be too restrictive when we try and apply it later. Let's rather go to the principle, and the principle says this is how you need to be able to get that persuasive evidence, and that principle will allow the application of judgment and some evolving circumstances as technology controls and data improves.
Sammy, since you were referred to here, you want to respond?
Yes, in terms of applying both the control testing and substantive procedures as requirements, one option to look at this is to look at this scenario as a temporary option till we reach to a phase of comfort that in practice control testing is really doing what it's supposed to do and it's really achieving the objective, and then we can bit by bit start reducing the need for our substantive procedures and rely more on control testing. But the sudden shift between the two, I'm not sure what kind of or what level of risk will accompany that.
But isn't the instance that Neil's referring to becomes quite limited? And I think that was one of the points. If I read the staff paper, it's quite limited as well. Kalina?
So yeah, very much here Neil's points and Edo points, and we'll look at the application material for sure as a big takeaway here. But there is a lot of caution that comes here, and we're seeing a little bit. Bill is asking us, challenging us to find an example. Then to Neil's point, if it's not clear that it can be done, how can you find examples at this point? Firms need to start working on. So we are taking a cautious approach here in terms of the perspectives that we're hearing. Tests of controls there's a lot of challenges in doing good test of controls. It is, to Sami's point, a progress. So it is a balance here. So that's where we are coming from. And we'll look at the application material and some of the suggestions here, but we really need to put guidance in terms of what are the characteristics that you can think about? What are the attributes of those controls? We can probably find a better way to write it than a checklist, I'm sure, but this is where we're coming from. These are specific circumstances. It's not broadly. So we need to make that point somehow.
Okay, Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So just off on the starting point, I'm supportive of the staff's position and the approach. In my view, I think tests of controls brings better quality, audit quality, than substantive testing. That's been a long-standing kind of position that we have. So encouraging them to go the route of test of controls, I think is a good thing. And in turn, it enhances audit quality, which serves the public interest. So it's not just for the sake of encouraging people to do the testing. Is a means to an end, and the end is where we want it to be, and it would put us in a good spot. I'm supportive of what Neil has been saying. He made a couple of interventions on both counts. I'm there. I am against having a long list for the reason that was articulated. I think Josephine said, that checklist mentality, but also it might give people the impression that those are the only instances, and you will never be able to articulate all the right instances, right? So not to give people the impression that here is the list and no other ones. So like some of the key characteristics I think would be important. I like being able to put forward examples, so to make it real for people. So thank you.
Christelle?
Thank you. As Nancy, I support the staff approach and what was already said by Neil and Josephine. In my opinion, a well-designed test of control in specific situations delivers better audit quality compared to substantive procedures. And this is particularly true for scenarios involving highly automated systems and high volumes of transactions, but possibly not limited to this specific scenario. I also support the need for FAQ regarding extent standard interpretation, as it was mentioned by Willie. Thank you.
Shaya?
Thank you, Tom. I first would like to comment on the scenario of high volume, low value, and highly automated scenarios, whether substantive procedures can be get rid of. I think even in those situations when you initiate or process or record or reporting your information or digitally, you still have those outside information or source of information. For example, the counterparty of your transactions and the cash flows in and out, and very often the logistic informations which are maintained by third party. Those bits are where you can perform substantive procedures and obtain persuasive or the evidence, and to add on your sufficiency and the appropriateness of all the evidence. I'm recognizing that test of control is extremely important, and it's something must have in some of those scenarios. But on the other side, I don't see why we have to get rid of substantive procedure at this moment, because like I have commented in early meetings, that controls, they have their inherent limitation, and there's always a risk of management override, which you cannot, very often you cannot predict it, which assertion will be affected. And in general, I have to admit, practitioners are doing a poor work on test of controls, which I think you can see from the outreach material with MG and regulators. They share the common observation that there's so frequent inspection findings in terms of deficit in auditors performing of test controls. My own study of PCOB inspection report for the last 3 years shows that the most frequently mentioned the PCOB auditing standard is 2201, which is about the audit of ICFR together with audit financial statements. And the number of reference to that standard is much, much higher than any of other standards. If I recall, the number is nearly 1,500 times mentioned in about 40 or 400 reports, inspection reports. But you can see so for those entities subject to integrated audit and those auditors who perform integrated audit under PCOB auditing standard, we can say they should be above average, right, in terms of their knowledge and the skill in both maintaining and implementing internal control and performing test of controls. But even that, they show an extremely high number of deficiency in their test of control work. So I don't have a significant concern on make this move at this moment. I have a big question on whether the practitioners are ready globally. And also that's PCOB. And also in my own territory, the quality or practitioners' current knowledge and skill and their quality of control work is also a big concern for regulators and other stakeholders. So if you put all these factors together, I would say maybe it's still premature to explicitly permit test of control only approach in the standard. Thank you.
So this almost goes back to a little bit to your original intervention. If you think it's prohibited currently, then you may have more misgivings about changing the position, particularly if you're skeptical. Whereas to some extent, what's being proposed here is sort of clarifying and setting boundaries around when it would be permitted, considering the fact is that it's implicit in our approach today. And what you're also then saying, going back to Ado's point, is irrespective of whether it's permitted, you're still skeptical of allowing it to be permitted under the current circumstances. That if I'm characterizing your position, right, which sort of is in the same place of where Sammy is, right?
Yeah, where I'm coming from, I believe it's not permitted currently in the standard.
Right, but as I said,
even if it's not clear,
you would like to prohibit it,
clarify.
Right? Yeah, clarified that it's not permit, that we clarify the other direction for what is the common understanding of most of this board. That is where we understand that. I just wanted to be very clear on the table. You and Sammy sort of are in a similar place on this, even if it were permitted, that you would want to not require substandard testing. Michelle?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So We agree with retaining the current approach in the ISAs and allowing the auditor to make a professional judgment that a ROM for one or more relevant assertions of the COTAB may be addressed to tests of control alone. However, we suggest that more emphasis is added to the application material to explain the persuasiveness of evidence that would need to be obtained from tests of control alone and the precision of the controls to fully address a risk of material misstatement. Thank you.
Okay. Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. Interesting discussions. In my outreach in Latin America, I hear concerns about the judgment needed to decide when test of control alone could be enough to reduce the risk of material misstatement without substantive procedures. I understand that the current practice could be mixed interpreted. Then I feel more comfortable remaining the current approach, not making an explicit clarification and just maybe including some additional material in guidance about these specific points. I think that internal control and the test of controls are really important for the relevance and for the quality of the audit. But I think really that this is not a competition between sustainable procedures and test of control. It's really about both, not about one or the other. Thank you.
I'm just trying to understand your point, Hernan. Basically, it's a point about we don't need to clarify our current position. And so what I'm trying to figure out here and how the staff team, like they could speak up too, is that we have a position that we think is right, that it is permitted in very limited circumstances. In fact, as Bill pointed out, it's so limited that most people don't apply it today. It's that, in fact, it may not be applied at all. But there may be circumstances that Neil has sort of alluded to that it could be applied, which would still be extremely limited and rare. And the question is, are we better off in a zone of ambiguity? Are we better off in Jayu's world and Sammy's world where we should just effectively change what most of this board understands is the case and prohibit it? Or should we clarify it as the staff is suggesting here about how this actually could work going forward and potentially incentivize more test of controls? I believe that's where we are. That's and I guess trying to give some guidance to the team. I think most people sound like they're in the latter option rather than the first two. Is that right? And you've gotten some guidance here. I think we would obviously reflect the board conversations, both in our minutes and in our explanatory memorandum. We'll invite comments on anything we do. Obviously, we're going to see more writing coming forward. This is not the last of this discussion here, but I'll turn it back to the team. Is that a reasonable summary of where we've landed?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Tom, for I guess summing that up really well. Every time I highlighted something that I thought might be worth clarifying, someone else clarified it instead for me. So thank you, those of you who did that as you went along. The point on, obviously, the language will need some work that Tom, you just made. I just wanted to invite, if you did have offline comments or suggestions that you hadn't raised, we would happily receive them. But I think, yeah, we have clear direction on what's next. So thank you.
Okay, Josephine?
Thank you, Anna. I just wanted to actually reflect on what Hernan said, which is absolutely spot on, which is this is not a competition about which of these is better when you look at them alone. the critical thing here, what is the appropriate response to the risk in the particular circumstance? And that's everything about the audit journey. And so I think it's really important for us when we move forward with the papers to reflect that point, because I appreciated that. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're finished with that topic. I forget, since I don't have the list in front of me, what is next? Authenticity. Okay. I'm going to suggest we have lunch right now, and we'll do authenticity after lunch, but I'm going to suggest that we return 10 minutes earlier from lunch. So we start again at 10 to 2. So we have enough time to go through all the rest of the topics. Really good discussions so far, which is a sign of the great work the team is doing so far. The goal is not to just agree with what the recommendations are of the paper, is to have a real discussion around topic. I know you guys would love us just to say that it's perfect and we're just going to agree with everything, but we'd get in trouble as a board. So thank you, and we'll return after lunch. Okay, can we get everyone back to the table? Okay, could we get seated, please? So we still have quite a bit still to do. But I think we get it all done in the time allotted. One thing I would ask is make your interventions, but try to make them short and sweet, to direct to the point. And if you're saying, I don't mean to pile on, you don't need to pile on. Here in this instance, just be so. I'm gonna hand it back to the team right now. We're gonna switch to turn to authenticity, and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Tom. So just for clarity, now we are in agenda item 9B. And we are talking about authenticity. So authenticity was a topic that we did engage with a broad range of stakeholders like regulators, audit firms. We talked about it with FOF representatives and with the standard setting working group of the GPPC. This was also a topic that we addressed in the diverse stakeholder roundtable that was conducted in July. So while engaging with stakeholders on this topic, we were also exploring the work effort. What we did find is there is broad support for auditors to consider the risk of authenticity. Obviously, this is a risk-based consideration, does not extend to every document or record. It needs to be based on the risk of authenticity for the particular circumstances. And then there was also broad support that there should be an appropriate response when fraud risks are identified. So there was broad alignment on those two work effort principles that are embedded in our standards. There was also caution and support to use consistent language in the ISAs to avoid to create any perceived inconsistencies by using synonymous words to mean different things or referring to things inconsistently among the standards. And when I'm talking about the standards, particularly here how paragraph A24 in 200 operates with 240 revised, and then with the principles and requirements and application material in the holding package for proposed 500 audit evidence. There was also a desire to clarify the work effort for authenticity. What else? When is the auditor looking at this attribute? When is it significant? What it means, and so on, in the context of evaluating information as relevant and reliable. But where a range of views did remain is around the lead-in sentence of paragraph A24 in ISA 200 that the auditor may accept records or documents as genuine unless a reason to believe otherwise. So the range of views were should it be removed or retained? And we did hear concerns from regulators that the sentence, as it is worded, does not promote appropriate exercise of professional skepticism in relation to how the other standards have evolved. And there was concerns from firms that removing this sentence extends the scope of the audit, may widen the expectation gap, and may make audits impracticable should the auditor not be able to approach the audit in this manner. So if we move to the next slide, which discusses the proposals. And before I talk about the proposals, let me just briefly make this comment on public record. I'm sure the board is aware, but it's important to clarify the parameters in which we are operating here. So in the context of the audit evidence and risk response project, staff is looking at the issue through a conforming and consequential amendment lens. This is the same lens that was applied by the fraud project when they were looking at this issue. At the time, the board explored the conforming and consequential amendment to paragraph 824 of ISA 200, and following exposure, it determined that the fraud project achieved their objectives under that project, and any further consideration about the conforming and consequential amendment may be provided under the audit evidence and risk response project, which is what we are looking at now. Now, when we are talking about conforming and consequential amendments, the parameters are changes to the minimal extent necessary to resolve actual or perceived inconsistencies, and also to maintain the coherence of the body of standards. So this is where we are operating, and this is the lens that we are applying to this issue, which is reflected in the proposals, in the project proposal that was approved, and also the approach we've taken. Now, it's also important here to mention that we did receive a comment from the SMPAG letter. They raised one matter related to audit evidence and risk response following the posting of the papers. And they have concerns about moving away from the accepted premise that documents and records may be accepted as genuine. And they believe this should be retained. And they also encourage further outreach in relation to the proposed change. So important for us to explain that we do not extend to any broader consideration here other than a conforming and consequential amendment. So on that basis, the proposal that we put in agenda item 9B is to promote clarity and align terminology, which includes removing the reference to accepting records and documents as genuine from ISA 200, to drive the expected work effort and behavior required by the standards, clarify in proposed 500 that it is unnecessary for the auditor to consider the authenticity of every individual document and record they encounter in the audit. This is not what our standard requires, and we do not believe it drives appropriate behavior if this is what people read into it. So we wanted that to be crystal clear. And then to resolve a risk of perceived inconsistency, which is to reword that lead-in sentence from paragraph 824 into proposed ISA 500, where the auditor's work effort for authenticity sits. So with that, let's move to the next slide. We have two questions for the board. And Tom, I suggest we maybe take them in the order given on the slide.
Okay, so we'll deal with question 1 first, because 1 is, 2 is basically an any other matters question. Christelle?
Thank you, Tom. So the proposed changes and illustrative drafting in paragraph 10 still imply a shift in what constitutes an audit with potential consequences for the auditor's work effort, but are difficult to fully evaluate at this stage. There is an important distinction between accepting records and documents as genuine and considering the authenticity of information used as audit evidence. The addition in application material A56H does not resolve the issues that arise from deleting the first sentence of application material A24 in ISA 200. So as a result, this approach continues to raise concerns among the practitioners in my jurisdiction. The implications for audit practice require further consideration, and it is not clear that the proposed drafting sufficiently addresses these concerns. Thank you.
Wendy?
In general, we pretty much supported 6 to 10. The only caveat I'll make is it's hard to do it in isolation. I think I need to see the rest of ISA 500. And there was some discussion about, there was, in reach out, some were, didn't want to take out the lead in A24. But other than that, generally okay.
Robert?
In my outreach, we had similar conclusions like we heard from Christelle. We believe there is still a difference between the word genuine and authentic. And they are not treated as synonyms, number one. Number two, by deleting the sentence in A24 refers to the definition of professional skepticism. And would this not give a different light on professional skepticism? Number three, we're deleting one sentence in ISA 200, and then we insert a sentence in order to clarify in ISA 500 as proposed in paragraph 10 of your paper. So at the end, this is not clear for me and to also my stakeholders. We rather would like to stay and have the sentence retained in ISA 200.
Angie?
Thank you, Tom. So like my colleagues in the circle that I've done a little bit of outreach on, people are very much for retaining the sentence in A24, that first sentence. They felt that it's important to them for similar reasons as articulated. The additional point is back to paragraph A56H, where we added the sentence about not having to look at every document, whether it's genuine or authentic. People weren't comfortable with that for the reason that if you say it's not necessary to consider it for every document, what does it mean? That it's necessary to consider it for some, and how, to what extent is that some? Is that 8 out of 10? Is that 2 out of 10? They're looking for some clarity there, and they are not sure how to use that sentence. So if you're not going to be making it more clear, they would prefer not to have that sentence. But it's very strong preference for A24 to retain that first sentence. Okay.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I think my views are well known on this. I, at the last meeting, expressed concerns about the possible deletion of this paragraph. And that's because I see it, even though we're talking about it in the context of consequential amendments, it's fundamental to auditing and the role of the auditor. So it's a concept, although it's you could argue just one sentence in an application material buried deep within a standard. It is a key underpinning of how audits are done. So it cuts to the heart of the role of the auditor. So it's a really, really significant call we are making here as a board. So I think we need to be careful with what we're doing. In June, I tried to explain why I felt, as it currently is, by being included in ISA 200, how that currently works. So we've got 200, we've got 240, we've got 500, as the staff are explaining. I guess I'm struggling with why is that combination not working? What's the problem we're trying to solve here? 240 is conditional, excuse me. You know, if the auditor identifies something, it's a conditional requirement. If there's a concern about authenticity, clearly we want the auditor to do more work. 240 deals with that, it's tidy. 500 positions authenticity is one of the 5 attributes of reliability. The standard says it's unnecessary to perform work on all the attributes, only the significant ones, and it's professional judgment as to which are significant in the circumstances. So it's a neutral sort of setting in 500 as to whether authenticity is a significant attribute. So faced now with these papers, I guess the key question in my mind was, so if we take these words out and put these other words in, where are we left? Are we further ahead, or have we taken a step back? Have we, where's it taken us? I am left, I think now, if we take that first sentence out of 200, I think I'm left with the thought, well, so what are auditors asked to presume? When they're doing their audit, what's their base presumption about authenticity? Are they coming in thinking everything is genuine unless they find it's not, with suitable skepticism being applied through their audit? So be rigorous, be challenging, but fundamentally taking stuff at face value, it is genuine, it's authentic, unless, if you like, that's one option. The other is everything, I can't trust anything. My base starting point is there's nothing genuine or authentic here. And clearly that's the forensic audit approach, and that's not where we want to go. So, so I guess I'm unclear. If we take that sentence out, I'm unclear with what the premise or the base presumption we're expecting auditors to come to the audit engagement with. I would hope it's the former, and that we're just wording it differently. In other words, that they can come to the audit with an expectation of the documents are genuine and authentic, unless through their rigorous audit they find it different. So I guess with the words that got put back in, so in A56H in paragraph 10, I worry about this from a few angles. One is what Nancy raised about you don't have to look at everyone, but do you have to look at 80%, 50%, all that sort of thing. But my broader worry here is this whole paragraph is actually about when the auditor has cause to investigate. So the auditor's already on alert when reading this, and so it's not necessary for the auditor to consider authenticity of every individual document. I think is in the context of investigating, rather than just the base presumption of coming to the audit and what's my mindset. So I worry, I sort of get the intention of putting this here, but I worry it's not going to replace, in effect, what we've, so I guess so I think we've taken something significant away, which is a fundamental underpinning of auditing, and we've put something back in, but I worry it's only going to have a limited effect because of the circumstances, which is an investigation. So I might be misreading that, but so on balance, I'm uncomfortable at the moment with the idea of taking the sentence out. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you. And so I'm very supportive of the direction that we're heading in. I think that there are a couple of things I've heard, which is why I raised my 10 card, which I can't quite understand. First of all, there was a comment. I think that that records and documents are not the same as information used as audit evidence. So I'm not quite sure why we even have a statement in 200 about records and documents if it's not information to be used as audit evidence. Also, there's a concept coming through that genuine is definitely different from authentic. If genuine is definitely different from authentic, then why is that not also an attribute of relevance and reliability then? Perhaps we need to look at 500 and think to ourselves, authenticity and our current attributes aren't covering all aspects of information to be used as audit evidence. So now we need to think about another one, because apparently there's a difference. And this is what I can't quite get my head around. And the concept of a record or document, I mean, these days, that anything can be a record. If something gets pulled off a system and a PDF, it's a record, and something might not be a record or a document. It's old-fashioned language. I get that it sort of sits comfortably in methodologies and audit speak. I understand that, but we need to move in the direction that we agreed as a board to think more closely about the attributes in terms of examining relevance and reliability of information. Authenticity is a critical attribute. And the fact that what we're doing here now is what I would have liked to have done, is to just ditch the idea of genuine and record and document and just stick with what we did in 500, which is think about authenticity, but then remind the auditor that they're not necessarily required to look at the authenticity of every single document, because of course not. And that is fundamental. And I understand that. And that's exactly what Greg is saying. But but back to my point, if we think genuine is a completely different thing, then I would advocate it needs to be an attribute. I would argue that records and documents are definitely information to be used as audit evidence. Otherwise, why are we even talking about them? So let's be clear about the objective here was to bring clarity with what we did in 500 and what we did in 240 with what we had in 200. And I thought that the staff had done an excellent job. Thank you.
Bill?
Just to comment on comments made by others. The first one, Josephine, I don't see genuine and authentic as being any different. So I just totally miss that point as being raised, and whether it's a language issue or not. But to me, they're synonyms. Back to you, Greg, about you said your position's strong, that it's a fundamental premise of auditing. I think it's sort of it's the way it's worded. I think my difference is the opposite. I come to every document with a healthy sense of skepticism, looking at it. Now, that can be quickly removed sometimes when I see a legitimate or a genuine or authentic document. But if I see a photocopy or I see something that looks like it could have been, prepared by someone on their own computer, this healthy sense of skepticism comes in. So I don't think I'm disagreeing. I think it's just a way of actually articulating that starting point. Is it a starting point where you come in happy that everything's fine, or do you come in wearing a skeptical hat and say, hang on, and then go from there? So and that's difficult to put into words. So, yeah. Just to add, so I was happy with what the team had done. So I was just commenting on the two contributions there.
Amara?
Thanks, Tom. Also supportive with the direction, but when discussing with auditors in Brazil, they also have the same point as mentioned by Nancy, I guess, in the beginning. The word, however, they believe it's bringing noise to the process, giving an impression that they do have to see a portion of the documents or some documents.
Okay. Michelle?
Yeah, similar views on A24. The first sentence should be retained. And on A56H, again, the same, that are we expected to always look at some documents and demonstrate or document how we have done so. So the suggestion is that the phrase used in A24 about conditions identified during the audit course, that can be brought to A56H also to bring it in sync with ISA 200. The ISA 500 and 200 can be in sync. Thank you.
Peter?
Thank you, Tom. So in my outreach, I've heard similar comments as Christel and Nancy and Amaro, as you heard, but not consistently. And so there's also an appreciation of the 500 requirement that whatever information you get, you need to assess for reliability, and authenticity is an attribute of it. You need to think about whether that's significant or not. And as such, the work effort may not be all that different, but there is a question about, and I have a lot of sympathy for Greg's point of view, and also raised by Nancy and some others in how it's phrased. So if it's not necessary to consider every document, what is then necessary? And I wonder if we massage the language a little bit. And the suggestion that was offered to me was maybe to phrase it along the lines of, however, it's not necessary for the auditor to consider the authenticity for information. unless conditions identified during the audit cause the auditor to believe. So that retains an element of what you have in 200 and bring it here. But I also have a lot of sympathy for Greg's argument is this is now buried into the investigation bit, and it may need its own application material paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And I agree with the early comments on A24 of 200. I think the removal of this sentence is a very, very significant step. And the outreach I've done is reflected that stakeholders would prefer to retain this sentence, maybe to add and cross-reference with those application material of 500 when those exception conditions are discussed. This is my first comment. And second comment is the draft of application material, paragraph A56G. There is an example about digital confirmation, right? This example is not very clear in terms because in practice we have two types of digital confirmation. One is that you send out say courier and you get a PDF back from that bank or you know a customer or supplier. Another case is we are using online platform like CCI or other platforms, in which case the firm would have gone through a robust evaluation assessment of its security and you know the safety. So I think it needs to be made clear which situation are we talking about. I think the later one, it may be not a concern as long as the firm has taken appropriate actions to make the assessment. Thank you.
I guess I keep coming back, listening to Greg's point is what's the marginal behavioral impact we're going to affect here by deleting the sentence of 200? And like, Ada, I just get asked, like, I'm asking this as an open question, but you could make the similar change to 200, the 8th paragraph in 200 that you suggested for the paragraph in 500 too, right? And so I guess I've known that this paragraph, that sentence has been raised to us from time to time from the PIOB and others, but I'm sort of saying, like, do we really think it's going to have a significant impact on behavior by deleting it? Because I think that's the fundamental question that is being raised here. Otherwise, why do it? Bill?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. And that's why I was saying with Greg, I think we actually agree, but we're coming from different sort of viewpoints. So I don't think anyone out there would, if given a non-authentic document, would not pick it up pretty well straight away. I mean, I don't think they would accept it as genuine unless there was some other yeah, how did you do that, Tom? Did you? Where's that button? I'm trying to get to. Where was I? I just don't think anyone would be, if given a non-authentic document, would not have their skepticism click in pretty well straight away, and the sentence doesn't add or delete from that behaviour.
But the argument has to be that by deleting it, we're doing something positive for audit quality. And I guess if people are fine with that, then the staff recommendation with maybe some caveats like Ada's and others suggested is the right way to go. If people believe otherwise, then we have to ask ourselves whether we're doing some good here. Xiaoyu?
I think by deleting that, we are risking expanding the expectation gap between, from the regulators or the users. And I would also echo on the comments on professional skepticism, because in terms of the authenticity of document or information, it's really for the audit to maintain, professional skepticism throughout the audit, to be alert of any situations or circumstances which may indicate or which may cast a doubt on the authenticity of the information or documents, but to put down a very a general requirement to evaluate or perform procedures on authenticity of information to be used as an audit evidence is difficult to implement. Thank you.
So it's to that last point. Now I'm really confused, because we have this in 500. This is what's required in 500. We're required to consider, when we're looking at the attributes of information to be used as audit evidence, whether authenticity is relevant. So this is why I'm getting really confused now about what the board is saying, because again, I don't know. Some people believe that genuine is different, and they're saying you can accept documents as genuine and go with that. But meanwhile, we have something apparently completely different in 500. But I don't think that's the case. I think, to Bill's point, I definitely see them as the same thing. So we have this requirement in 500, and it's not a matter about improving audit quality. I thought it was about, we were trying to clarify a problem that had been raised when we were revising 240 in respect of authenticity. And they don't work together in that way. You can't say, well, genuine record and document in 200, which, by the way, is buried there as well. So, and then talk about authenticity of information to be used as audit evidence and continue like this. We can't do that. People have asked us to clarify. So we have to do one thing or the other, and we can't just leave it as it is now. We have to clarify it. But we definitely have procedures. We have application material in ISO 500, which helps people think about when authenticity might be relevant. Maybe what we should have done, Kalina, is attached 500 to the papers when we sent them out. That might have been helpful. Thank you.
So I think, Josephine, the way you're putting it would be is, where does it more appropriately fit as a concept in our standards, right? And then there's a discussion about genuine versus authenticity, which is another discussion. Kalina?
Yes, thank you, Tom. So again, I'm gonna probably say this for the 10th time. We're looking at this as a conforming and consequential amendment. Is there a perceived inconsistency? Yes, that is very clear that there is. If there is a perceived inconsistency, should we address it in some way? The work effort sits in 500. The paragraph in 200 directly links to relevance and reliability of information, and then takes you to fraud and doubts about relevance and reliability. So if those were the only two paragraphs in the book, reading this one and reading the work effort in 500 is a clear area that may cause confusion and practical problems in application and drive a behavior that our 500 and 240 do not intend. I appreciate those comments that where we've put the clarification in 500 may not be the best. Maybe it deserves a separate paragraph. Maybe it should be the first paragraph when we talk about authenticity. But fundamentally, what this project is not dealing with is the impact on the professional skepticism from the 200 perspective. And this is something that we don't have a mandate to deal with. If it is an issue that needs to be dealt that way, then that becomes beyond the scope of what we can do under our work here. So I think from the staff perspective, we have done sufficient information gathering to see that there is an inconsistency.
Sammy?
Yes, I guess as far as regulators, I think regulators are more in favor of removing the sentence. And would that improve the audit quality? I would say my expectation is yes, maybe not by too much, but yes, there will be some impact because the concern here is that it might be read as, even if issues are spotted with a document or red flags are spotted with a document, well, auditors are not required to find out if it is genuine or not, and then necessary procedures might not be undertaken. But the way the staff done it is, I think it makes sense, is that, okay, you're not required to consider the authenticity of every single document, but if you find something, just like it is in 240, then it needs to be pursued. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. So I think for me, geography here doesn't bother me. So if we're talking about moving stuff around, different standard, that's fine. But words matter. And I think we're taking out some words and we're putting in some different words. And we're putting those different words in a different context, which is what I said before. So I think I'm happy if we want to explore different words to what's here, maybe in its own application material paragraph or whatever in 500. I'm okay for that, but I think there's a sort of this the fundamental nature of that A24 first sentence needs to be captured enough in the new words, I think. Otherwise, we're losing something, and it's just how much. What's the significance of what we're losing? And it's hard to answer that question at the moment. But if staff are thinking, well, maybe we can create a new application paragraph with maybe some slightly different words, not reference to every individual document, use different language, that might get us somewhere there. But I think as written, we are definitely losing an element of significance here. So I remain concerned, but happy to look at new wording. Thank you.
So, Greg, if, some of it may be the placement even within the middle of a paragraph and element. I think we could let the staff and the team go back. I guess you're saying it's fine whether it's an application material in 500 rather than 200. And the argument of the staff is that it probably belongs best in 500 than it is in 200 anyway. And you just want to not have unintended consequences, both in terms of the placement and then the language that's being used. Ada provided some alternatives earlier. Team suggested maybe elevating it to its own paragraph or leading in with that sentence. I think they could go back and work on that in the interim. Josephine and then Billy.
Thank you. So, and although Tom's actually got this somewhere where you might feel comfortable, Greg, I don't mind if it's in 200, but can we just ditch records, documents, and genuine and talk about authenticity and information to be used as audit evidence? Because no one seems to be able to tell me where the real differences lie at all. And we did actually ask somebody who would promise to give us a list, and we got nothing. So, and because they said, oh, actually, sorry. And then, I spoke to a Canadian friend of mine who says, well, in Canada, it's translated into authenticity, that it's French as authentic. So, on the whole, no one can really give me any reason why we couldn't go down that track and why we shouldn't then be using the wording we're using in 500, because information to be used as audit evidence is records, documents. And then I'm happy, because then all the words consistent. We get rid of any kind of concern from our practitioners and our stakeholders that there's inconsistency. It all means something different when it actually doesn't at the end of the day. So that's my proposal anyway. Thanks, Tom.
Billy?
Tom, I just wanted to add in terms of the comment that Sammy raised in saying that there may actually be a change in behavior, and linking it to Josephine that quite rightly pointed out, we set out on this journey not to change anything. It was just to clarify and explain how the whole puzzle fits, because that was the apparent inconsistency in trying to explain how the whole puzzle fits. But I think even if there is a change in behavior, it is almost correcting behavior. It is then people are using that sentence for a purpose that it was not intended. And that's what we are trying to clarify here. But I think out of this discussion, there's been some very, very good suggestions, Greg, in terms of how people will read as a different way of approaching it from ADO. So I certainly think we can go back and have a look at this. And Kelina doesn't want to have a look at this again, but we've been looking at this quite a bit. But I think we'll land in a good spot from the purpose of a consequential amendment.
Absolutely, yes, we can look at it. And Greg, if you have some words that you have in mind, we're happy to look at those also. And I think Josephine's suggestion that we should move away from these nuances and stick to the principle that 500 carries would be probably, from the perspective of conforming amendments, more appropriate.
Can I just quickly say, Tom, that the language change would be maybe a way forward here. I totally agree. I'm not hung up on the documents or records or genuine, authentic. That's noise. We need to get past that. Yep.
Bill, do you have anything else there? Your tent is up.
Yeah, something to say. Look, again, I agree with the way forward. I just remind you that we made a conscious decision not to include that sentence in 500. So we have been here before, and the words in 500, I think, were deemed to be more appropriate. I don't have that at hand, but I just remind the board of that.
Okay. So the team's going to take it back, or people could live with its placement in 500. You'll come back with some suggestions at our next board meeting. I think we should move on.
Thank you, Tom. So we're moving on to the next topic, which is the agenda item 9C on technology. So in the next few minutes, I'll walk you through the great feedback that we have collected from our extensive outreach done with the stakeholders, including the FOF, the SMPAG, the regulators, the firms, and also the professional bodies alike. So we have collected lots of a huge wealth of insights and perspectives on how the ISAs should respond to the growing use of the technological tools in the audits. So a few key messages that we heard from our stakeholders. So firstly, the use of the technological tools are indeed really expanding, and they are increasing in a very, very big way. But it's still in a relatively early age, so a lot of things are still evolving, yet to be seen. As we discussed yesterday, the auditors' decision to use the technological tools are significantly impacted by the preparers. Oh, somehow, sorry. There's a So this is something really significant and should be kept in mind when we are considering the next steps in this area. So there are lots of support for the IAASB to take a lead role and guiding role, as opposed to a role that would impose requirements or mandate certain requirements in the standard. And also regarding the necessity of the use of the technological tools in the audit, stakeholders have noted limited scenarios where technological tools will be required in the current environment. These situations usually arise in the audits of the cryptocurrencies, in very large financial institutions or banking, insurance companies, where the preparers have used a lot of the technological tools, and the auditor also need to use that in response. So these scenarios are rather limited. And also, on the principle of the use of the technological tools, the stakeholder feel that the principle is already in the standard. So there's a good request to clarify how to use, when the use of the technological tools, how to evaluate the output for relevance and reliability. But the principle is already there, so there's really no need to repeat in that area. There are lots of good questions that are raised by the stakeholders, especially in the area of consideration for emergent technologies like Gen AI. So questions raised are such that the tool would be opaque and also black box. So how do you look at the outputs of the tools and interpret those outputs from the tools from an auditing standard perspective to evaluate the relevance and reliability of the output. And also, there are questions raised about, so there's a lot of talk about the human in the loop, and how does that human in the loop factor be taken into consideration by the auditors in their auditing process when they're looking at the audit evidence. So just on the regulator side, there's a lot of cautions about the use of the AI tools, worry that they may be used recklessly by the auditor because of lack of guidance in this area. So all in all, what I'm hearing is there are lots of encourage for the IAASB to develop guidance, non-authoritative materials or application materials, and rather to have specific requirements in place for the warning and with the caution not to date the standard. So that's kind of the gist of the feedback there. Then moving on to the next slide, we are bringing two issues to the board today. And the two requirements related issues are, one is whether we need a requirement for the auditor to determine the use of technological tools in their audit. And the second one would be whether we need the conditional requirement currently sitting in the paragraph 10A of proposed ISO 500, which is on the input, operation, and output model for using the technological tools. So from this, from the paper, you can see that the staff are proposing. So one is to revise and be more specific in the overarching requirement in ISO 200, paragraph 25, to specify the importance of the consideration of engagement resources. So that would include the technological resources and use of the technological tools in there. This would continue to highlight the importance of the considerations in this area as an overarching concept. And then for the specificity of the use of technologies, we propose pursuing a application material route as opposed to what the requirements right now are sitting in the proposed standard. So with that, I will turn it back to Tom and go through the feedback.
Okay. Comments on agenda item 9C, Amara?
So broad support when I interact with auditors in the direction here. They just mentioned that with regards to question C, I don't know if it's possible to be more, the words were something like more specific in terms of giving examples.
Josephine?
Thank you. Yes, including on outreach, complete support for 1A, B, and C. Thank you.
Neil?
Yeah, happy to support. Also fully supportive from our side.
I'm gonna, Bernard, are you in the full support? Okay. Yes. So anyone not support the approach being taken here? Okay, you?
Thank you, Tom. I think this paper in many places recognize that use of technology has become necessary in some engagements. So it's reality. It's not only about generative AI or even AI. because there have been some technology tools being used for a long time, more traditional technology tools for certain industries, including e-commerce, online gaming, or banking, or insurance. Those are the other things. So with that in mind, my question is whether on those engagement, use of technology tools, is it must have or is it good to have? My impression, based on my outreach with some of the practitioners, is in some cases it's indeed must have. It's not good to have. So if that's the case, I think it's probably good timing for us to consider introducing a requirement into 330 or somewhere else, not to require the auditors to determine whether to use technology tool on every single engagement, but really like the other requirement, in the situation where substantive procedure alone cannot provide sufficient appropriate evidence. Similarly, we might have situations where sufficient appropriate audit evidence cannot obtained without use of technology tools. To put it in that way, I think it's timing. And I would also remind that when we discuss about paper 9G, we are talking about forward-looking, right, to open to what will come in the future. But we also need to deal with what's already here, what's reality. So not alone, okay, forward-looking is also applicable in this case, but there is reality here. We have to address those situations. We have to recognize that in real life, there, in some cases, use of technology tools is essential, is necessary, or whatever word you use. So why not introduce that requirement? That's my view. Thank you.
I see two of you with 10 cards
Yeah.
up, so.
Okay, maybe I'll go first. So thank you for that perspective. And we also had that discussion, and where we landed is that 220 already talks about the resources that are used on engagement. So there is a requirement there that actually is a requirement broadly that applies to all types of resources, because one of it is technology, there's human, intellectual, and so on. So one of the proposals, what it's trying to do here is to elevate that consideration in the requirement itself. By that way, it's capturing the technology. And there is also application material where we are recognizing exactly the points that you kind of brought to our attention. In certain cases, it may be a must, and it's already here. So we believe that that combination of improvements to the standards gets us where we need to go. Why we didn't think it should sit in 330 is because 330 is specific only to the procedures as further audit procedures. Placing it in 220 gives it more coherence from the standards perspective. So this is where we landed on that one. So it is a consideration that was on our mind, and we've approached it in this way, using our existing requirement, clarifying it, and adding application material to highlight the circumstance. And we believe that that is a good approach, because the application material gives us more freedom to add examples, what they can be, and I think we have some of those. We're happy to enhance the examples if there's any other circumstances that are more prevalent. But kind of from our way of thinking, we have dealt with that in the way that it's presented in the papers.
And I think the 220, if I recall that, when it requires the engagement partner to consider whether sufficient or appropriate resources has been applied or made available to the engagement. It's really very soft about the technological resource as one of the resources, and not as strong as what I have in mind is that in some cases it's a must. So if we are looking for a appropriate place to put it, maybe 220 is not the best place because it's not clear enough. So if 330 is not the right standard to include that requirement, then maybe 500. Thank you.
Josephine?
Yeah, so as we, and I have sympathy for that point, because there is an element of thinking, well, if there is a particular part of audit evidence I need, and I actually have no other way of getting this unless I use a technological tool, then it would be really rather odd for the audit firm to not apply that tool. In terms of 220, you're right, it is general in terms of all resources, but arguably in the future, we're going to have multidisciplinary teams from the perspective of you're going to have tech savvy people, digital savvy people, people with, financial reporting, specific financial reporting skills, people with specific sustainability skills. It's the team that we look at today is not going to be the team of the future. So at what point do you stop? At what point do you look at 220 and say, right, well, now we need to think about the human resource and start being specific about that in that requirement. And so I think the principle there is right. And if the audit engagement partner fails, to your point, to use the right technology on the audit, then when they wrap around and stand back as if they've actually done enough to get to the right conclusions in the audit in 220, where they failed there, and they've also failed to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence, all the principles are there. And that's why I think this is one area where you need to supplement the principles, but not overload the principles at something, to your point, and I agree now, which then is going to get expanded later for other things that we need to think about. So I would rather continue on our principles-based approach, and but definitely bringing in some of these ideas is very important. Thank you.
I would just maybe just add one point to show you your question there. So when we're doing the outreach, we heard a lot about the engagements, and we asked questions whether those engagements would absolutely need to use the technological tools, for example, on banking, insurance. So there are still a spectrum of answers in that area. So some engagement teams, even in that scenario, would be able to find a way around it. And some are definitely using technological tools. So we also feel that, is this the right tipping point yet, to Josephine's point, that we now have to specify in the standard, this is an absolute, this is an absolute requirement. So considering that, because the scenario is still really limited, we suggest going the application material way so that we highlight these situations for the awareness of the auditor at this point.
Okay.
Well, can I add up? I think that troubles me, because when we talk about the 9G, as Bill said, he has not seen any, a good example of the situation where you can apply the test of control only approach. We're here, maybe not as broad as I said, or so many industry or so many companies, but I can definitely provide some examples where you have to use technology tools. Again, I would like to emphasize it's not AI or even not generative AI. There are those more traditional technology tools like what's that? A SQL, the Power BI, and Tableau, or those other tools, and the data analytics tools. Because for an industry with a high volume of transaction and highly automated operations, it's not only about test of control. It's also about how to say it, so to test or really to apply those data analytics or other tools to verify the integrity or reasonableness of data, or reconcile the data, or identify any exceptions in the data. Those will all need assistance of tools. It's not something that you can do it manually. So I think that there are actually not only a few cases. And if you look at what the large firms, the policies they are put in place in terms of, requirement of use of internal information system audit specialist. And those information system specialists, when they perform their work on, say, ITAC or interface or data integrity, those things, they do very often use technology tools. And that's why they are involved instead of being performed by the core assurance team themselves. So I think we can maybe find out more in this respect. Yeah. Thank you.
So, but I guess my point is I thought that the inclusion here requires auditors to think about the appropriate resources. And in fact, may be very consistent with our QM work stream as well on technology. The points are noted that the team will clearly think through drafting, but I think you have broad support from this board on the direction you're heading here and see what you're drafting. Nancy, do you need to come in? Like, we're running out of time is which I'm most conscious, and we still have 3 agenda items to go through for this. And we have 10 minutes reserved, though we'll cut the break short. We could always return after at 5:30 to some of the other topics. Is it okay? Ada?
And I'll be brief, Tom, but having listened to my neighbor and carefully, I don't dispute the fact that certain engagements require the use of technology to do it effective, efficient, or to an appropriate level. But I guess it's a matter of how you read 220, but 220 is not to consider the resources, it's determine the resources. That is a firm requirement that you think about how can I achieve the goals of my audit. And if I need technology, that is a requirement in itself. So I read 220 probably in exactly the way what you want. And maybe we can draw that out a little bit better. But I don't see a requirement for any determination for specific technology because it's already encapsulated, and I wouldn't want to walk away from that principle because so far in all our discussions on any technology, this principle has served us quite well because this is an anchor that everybody can apply.
Okay. Let's just try to move rapidly.
Okay, thank you, Tom. So we're back to picking up test of controls topics again. Very briefly, some of the key things that we were drawn out to us was around, ultimately, yes, there are some barriers in the ISAs to testing controls. Mostly they relate to the documentation that may be available in entities. This was primarily a practitioner perspective. And there were also some perspectives around the skills to perform tests of controls effectively. And I know some of you have highlighted this previously. There were some challenges with understanding exactly how test of controls really fit within the broader construct under the ISAs and the audit risk model and where they fit exactly and what they're aiming to do. We've heard that it was quite common to actually use test of controls to address risks to do with integrity of information, which and evaluating reliability of information, and also heard basically that there were some clarifications that would support a sort of consistently designing effective test of controls when they are done. Because we did hear the tendency to prioritize defaulting to substantive procedures and almost have test of controls by exception. So this really brings us back to that underlying question of what is it that we're trying to achieve in this project to do with test of controls. And ultimately, it fits into that broader context of facilitating effective responses to risks from material misstatement, including the use of test of controls when necessary, when appropriate, and making sure that the standards really are all working together as a coherent whole to really support that. So the next paper is agenda item 9D, which is on the use of test of controls and really the specific, I guess, problem we're trying to solve here is one that is maybe more of a technical nuance around how the setup of the ISAs currently operates in terms of test of controls, and really brings out the fact that while in revising ISA 500, we highlighted the possibility of using test of controls to evaluate the reliability of information. The way that auditors are guided to identifying controls, evaluating the design, determining they've been implemented, and then design test of controls in 330 is all set up in the construct of responding to risks of material misstatement at the assertion level. And that could basically lead to a perception that there is no technical construct in the ISAs currently to really support that as a standalone test to evaluate the reliability of information. So our recommendation here really was focused on thinking about any changes we could make to the definition to really broaden clearly that test of controls, really we're focusing on it being an audit procedure, not just designed to effectively be responsive to risks of material misstatement at the assertion level, but to broaden that up. And I possibly went through that more quickly than I intended, but that is the context really to set up this paper. So if we're on agenda item 9D, I'll turn back to Tom.
Okay. So any comments on the proposal here? Obviously drafting could be sent offline to the team. People are in support. Neil?
So support, I can send some drafting. I mean, I think the definition itself could be even more simplified so that it doesn't extend to what the purpose of it. So I think you could still cut it off earlier and send that through.
Okay. Wendy?
Say something almost similar. Because I think the premise is the right premise, because I understand what's trying to be achieved. Confusion may be introduced because ISA 500 holding package deleted A61, so maybe we'll take a look at that. And that's really my only comment. I have some word changes and appreciate the direction, but let's look at A61. Thanks, bye.
Okay. Bye, see you tomorrow, I guess. You're done with us. Robert?
Yeah, generally fine with your proposal. I wonder whether the tests of operating effectiveness of GITCs are appropriately covered in the definition and requirements. Here you make a proposal about the with respect to application guidance. Yeah.
Okay. Christelle?
I don't want to say bye immediately. I'm supportive of proposed clarification in the definition in paragraph 4B and the beginning of A0AB, for example. However, the proposed example in application material, which refers to general IT controls addressing the reliability of information, appears somewhat indirect in relation to the accuracy and completeness of that information. In this context, general IT controls may support the auditor's evaluation of reliability, but testing a more direct control will be necessary to address accuracy and completeness. Additionally, I recommend including an example of how a manual control could address the reliability of information to provide a broader perspective and practical illustration for auditors. Thank you.
Okay. Some suggestions are drafting, but people are happy with the direction here. Okay, let's move to the next section.
Okay, we're doing a little bit of reordering once more. So if we can turn now then to agenda item 9E, which is still just sticking with test of controls to get through these next couple. And then we'll turn back to H. So this is relating to a concern that we kept hearing, which was around, we have this requirement in ISO 315 revised that says to determine whether there's any risks for which substantive procedures alone cannot provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence. That is picked up, obviously, in ISO 330 as one of the circumstances in which test of controls are required. And what we kept hearing was, on the one hand, challenges by auditors to actually consistently identify when they were in those circumstances. And so what we were proposing to do to try and address this was to add application material to really try and describe factors of circumstances and also provide examples to really illustrate more broadly what this was intending to capture. Vili made a comment earlier about a resident historian. One of the points we drew out was we've introduced the part of how we've tried to introduce some clarity is to really express that substantive procedures alone cannot, that cannot is really intended to encompass those circumstances in practice. So cannot practicably do so. So circumstances where it may be impracticable to actually achieve sufficient appropriate audit evidence from substantive procedures are captured by the intention of this requirement. And so we wanted to really draw out examples that would allow an auditor to think through whether they're in those circumstances and identify them more consistently. We are aware that we've provided, just reflecting on the comments we received previously, quite a large number of bullet points. It's not intended to be, I saw the word grab bag of bullet points somewhere and it made me chuckle. It's not intended to be that. And so of course, we'll take comments on streamlining that drafting. But that is ultimately where we ended up from a recommendation perspective, that the best way to address this would be to add additional application material to clarify those circumstances. So in that respect, I'll hand back to Tom for views on 9E.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you, Anna. We've got full support for what's being presented here. There is only one comment, which I'm going to raise. I think it's fair in A24A, one of the little bullets. When we talk about entities information system there, we need to be careful with our examples because electronic processing in particular affects how data is handled, but not whether or not it can be tested substantially. So I just think we have to be careful about how we're using examples, but otherwise full steam ahead. Thank you.
Hi, Josephine. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I'm also very happy with this. Just a query on one of the bullet points in A24A, the one about the significance of the consequence to management or those charged with governance. I was just struggling a bit with that angle, given this is the auditor's, all the other bullet points are from the lens of the auditor, and I was just battling a bit with why we would do that and how, in fact, we would do that.
I see the team nodding. Nancy?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So again, in that same area, except that I'm looking at the examples further down. So there are 5 bullets listed. And the third one there, we talk about probabilistic technologies. It gets a little bit too fine a point. And also, I'm not sure if it's consistent with language that we've been using on the technology work stream. So while I have the floor, the point I wanted to make earlier was that I think I'm stating the obvious. You need to work closely with the tech work stream so that you don't get ahead of one another. And the fact that they're doing a lot of outreach there, they'll get information that will help inform you as to how far you need to go. So that was the point I was trying to make. So here, if you coordinate the language so that, in the set of standards, whatever we come forward, it should be more standard language that we use. That's my point. Thanks.
Wendy?
It was only by for a little bit. Thanks, Tom. I don't know if anyway, I was going to say, I'm not sure I agree with all the comments around the table, so I'll just give my comments and the team can do with them what they must. Overall, the effect of the proposed changes may be shortcutting the performance of substantive procedures and overly driving auditors to test controls instead of helping auditors exercise professional judgment when substantive procedures alone aren't sufficient, and therefore the auditor should be testing controls. The deletion of impractical, I suggest we delete impracticable in paragraph 24. I don't think the add is necessary. We could just keep it at extant because there is a difference between where an auditor may test controls as a response and where an auditor must test controls as a response. And when substantive procedures alone do not provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence. And I think this ties into some of the comments I have in 9G that I will send in. On 824A, I just feel that, and this is probably a recurrent theme, I get overwhelmed by too many bullets and I start to decide if they're all relevant or are they a checklist. And I think we could delete all but one or two. And maybe it's an opportunity to put something out in non-authoritative material and not have it clutter up the standard. And are we doing two at the same time? Yeah. You know, concerned about the change, some of the things that we're doing that might be driving ICFR, management controls over financial reporting, into our auditing standards, where, you know, it's different in the PCAOB, I think. That was brought up earlier. There is a standard that leads you to make a conclusion on management's, the effectiveness of internal controls over financial reportings. The ICEs do not have that. So, you know, for me, it gets a little confusing. And I think we need to consider, you know, the downstream implications, and what happens if the controls fail. You know, what's the impact on obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidence once we're driven into the controls. And then I think we might have already addressed this, but I'd like to see more application material on how technology may be used to support substantive procedures before having to conclude that the auditor needs to test controls. Thank you.
Christelle.
Thank you, Tom. I will send my comments offline, but I would like to put in public record the following ones. First, in relation to application material 824A, it is important to be cautious with the wording of the criteria and examples. These criteria examples should be presented as indications only, as no single factor is necessarily sufficient individually to conclude that substantive procedures alone are not sufficient. And in addition, the number of examples could be reduced and focused on situations where conditions are present in combination. For example, a situation where there is a high degree of automation combined with large transaction volumes and information available only in IT systems. Or for inventories, an example involving cycle counts and a very large number of seats, which would make independent counting complex in the event of control deficiencies. Thank you.
Shreya.
Thank you, Tom. In general, I support the direction of this paper. Just a few comments. First is on the first page, paragraph 2. When we talk about sufficient appropriate audit evidence when reporting or responding to the ROM is to test the operating effectiveness of controls. I think this paper is really about substantive procedure alone is not enough. So we should have both test of control and the substantive and substantive procedures. So maybe the more accurate expression is to together with the substantive procedures to avoid the confusion with paper 9G. And also the thoughts here is that when we in the future when we provide examples in the application materials for paper 9G and the paper 9E, there should be clear differentiation between these two types of examples. Because in one case, we say you should do test control as well as substantive. In another case, we are saying you can do test of control only. Then what's the difference between those two types of circumstances? It should be very clear. And for the few examples provided towards the end of this paper, I have, for the last two, relating to inventory. And I think for the last one is probably not fit in this discussion topic. I think it's really about impractical to observe the physical inventory, and the test of control might not be the only solution. We can also perform alternative procedures. And the one about the cycle count, again, I'm not sure that it's a situation where you must test control. There could be alternative ways. So I would suggest that we relocate those two examples on physical inventory to 505 when we consider the observation of the inventory count as a package. Thank you.
Awesome. Perfect. Josephine.
Sorry, I decided to come back. I had a similar comment on that inventory point as well. And I think it was, so I sent some suggestions to the team on where they might think about it. I think when you've got inventory pricing that's automatically calculated using real-time integration, then you need to look at the logic as well as do substantive procedures. That's better than what we had originally put there. So I agree with that challenge. The other thing is that I guess I'm just trying to understand Wendy's point more, because it was an overarching point for my sake. When you were talking about, what happens if the control breaks down? Well, there's two things that would happen. So one is you've got a control deficiency and you report that in accordance with our standards, and the other is that you reevaluate your risk assessment and then respond. But I think, just so I understand, your point is that whatever we do, we need to make sure that those parts of our journey, our audit journal, the jigsaw puzzle, however you like to look at it, need to be clear as well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I think you guys got a bunch of suggestions to consider in terms of drafting some of these points, but no fundamental issues per se. What we'll do here, unless you want to react to any of that, is probably go to break right now, because we have someone joining us at 3:30, right? Oh, at 4. How am I messed that all up?
Our break is 3:30.
I misread my calendar, so we have plenty of time here. God, what am I doing? Anna.
Thanks. I thought, having also noticed the time adjustment, that I would take an opportunity to maybe react to.
Well, there is no time adjustment. It's just maybe a need to say goodbye to me right now. I think.
No, I wanted to just reflecting on a couple of comments, and certainly thank you for all of the suggestion of where we can improve, like we said, the examples and material. I guess two of the things that I wanted to highlight is, obviously, in the context of application material, these are meant to be circumstances that might prompt an auditor to think about it, not necessarily circumstances where in 100% of the circumstances an auditor would be compelled to conclude that they are in that situation. It's more to try and draw out, if you're in these circumstances, think about it again. So it's really supporting that. But I did want to, Greg, you asked a specific question that I'd highlighted around the point on thinking about, I guess, the different lenses that we've applied when thinking about what some of these circumstances are, and whether it's things only to do with factors like the relevant assertion and so on, or other things to do with the entity and how they are operating that might get you to that impracticable circumstance. And so the significance or consequence to management or those charged with governance of the effective operation of controls. What we're really trying to draw out was the fact that in those circumstances, there's almost more at stake about the operating effectiveness of the controls, that it's something that management have designed to really maintain the the information system that leads them to solid financial reporting. And so if that control is so integral to the operation of management's information system and the preparation of financial statements that are free of material misstatement, that the auditor may want to think about actually obtaining evidence of the operating effectiveness of those controls, because without it, they may determine that the inherent risk was so high that they maybe can't otherwise practicably address it. And again, it was a point for consideration to just think about that other side. And I think, yeah, those were just the only two other comments I wanted to make.
Okay, haven't bought myself 20 more minutes. Well, should we move on to the next section?
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. So, so the next one is a continuation of our previous topic on analytical procedures. For this one, we are having two proposals. The main proposal is to separate the investigation procedures for analytical procedures into two parts. One part is for substantive analytical procedures, and then the second part for analytical procedures, and to clarify that, which is already in ISA 520. And this proposal is really based on the consistent with a lot of the stakeholder feedback in this area, where the combined requirement right now sitting in ISA 520 is causing some confusions to practitioners in practice, where the requirement is one encompasses all the investigation procedures for the different types of analytical procedures. So we propose to separate for clarity and enhance the audit quality in this area. So I'll be short and happy to get your comments.
Okay. Comments on 9H? Okay, Josephine.
Okay, generally okay with the direction, but I still feel that we're not really achieving what we're trying to achieve in terms of separating the investigation. The investigation work effort is really only when you're in that substantive analytical procedure space. And yes, I understand that in a risk assessment procedure, you're using analytics, but they are being used to help you identify where you've got inherent risk issues and so forth, or whether there's an issue, and generally where you might have a risk, sorry. Clearly, it's a long day. I apologize. And yes, something may crop up and you think, that's not quite what I thought it was supposed to be. But that to me is then how you start determining what your risk is. It's not to go back and inquire and reevaluate. And yes, you will do that. I understand you will do that because you're pulling together your bundle of risks, and that's what you need to do. But I think we're mixing things up, and I think having an investigation aspect to the risk assessment procedure piece is going to just confuse the whole thing, and you're not going to get to it. So just focus on investigation for substantive analytical procedures. And then in terms of, I've got a few comments on paragraph 5E. I'm okay with this, but you need something in the application here that's probably similar to what's in 520A15 on evaluation that recognizes that the work effort may depend on the precision of the SAP. And the level of audit evidence, of course, et cetera, as we, the FRC, sometimes see really disaggregated SAPs, or either too large to actually get your head around an acceptable difference, or even when there is corroboration, it's not sufficient. So I think you really need to bring that alive in the application material. And the other piece in A16D, we thought that this actually could be subject to misunderstanding. So new information means a revision down, or you can simplify the expectation. And it's not clear that what A16D is trying to say is that you actually need more work effort. You need to go and do a bit more, but this implies that you're actually going to be able to get the get out of jail free card there. And so that was the feedback that I got on that paper. Thank you very much.
Wendy?
All right, thank you, Josephine, because that clarified some of my challenges with this, because I wasn't really sure entirely what we were trying to achieve. And I do remember a discussion at another meeting about analytical procedures in fall in 520 and where they each belong. So I think Josephine's suggestion about focusing on substantive analytical procedures here and not drifting into the risk analytical procedures would clarify this for me, because I was kind of confused on where we were going. And is there another point at which we're going to address technology as it relates to substantive analytic procedures? That's a question, because I think that's probably what I was expecting when I opened up and I might have been fatigued at letter H already, but I thought we were linking in technology, or that was my expectation. Thank you.
Nancy?
Thanks, Tom. Just a couple of final points. I'm happy with the direction we're heading. So it's really when we were talking about 5E, I made a couple of notes, and I think I'd just like to share that with you. So first off, with 5E, the lead-in sentence talks about in addition to inquiries. And then right away with one little I, we talk about making inquiries. So it seems like we're repeating ourselves, and I think you can do without it in the lead paragraph. So then your inquiry would be covered under one little I. And while I was looking at that, we have management and as appropriate others within the entity. So my mind just turns to what about outside of the entity? Where would that be covered and should that be covered? And then I thought, well, I guess in a more general way, you can think of it as three little I, whereby if you do other things, but does it have to be more explicit that it's not limited to within the entity? And I think that's the thought that I like you to sort of explore a little bit more. There is something in one of the paragraphs. I think you have something in another paragraph that might cover off some of that aspect, but it wasn't that explicit. So think about whether it should be explicit. Thanks.
Okay, Ada?
So thank you. I have a couple of comments. So we're also struggling a bit with the language in E, and I think also a couple of comments have been raised. The distinction between 2 and 3, yes, it could have been that little bit, but are we really asking for something else? And I think all of that can be tidied up a little bit. But I think I've said before, but that's a past station, I guess, that I would have preferred this standard to only focus on substantive analytical procedures. And you see some troubles now peering through to make this distinction, also in line with what Josephine said. But I'm not sure that we're helping ourselves by creating sections that says investigating results of analytical procedures and then only confining it to risk assessment procedures and analytical procedures that assist when forming the overall conclusion, because that narrows it down. And I think we've talked before about use of analytical procedures for other purposes. And we've had a debate around the board table whether the threshold needs to be at the performance materiality level. And we've heard from practitioners that use a higher level of analytical procedures in complement to substantive procedures and test of controls, which altogether brings persuasive and sufficient appropriate audit evidence to the table. And that seems to be now entirely carved out of the possibility by introducing those sections. So I want to be careful by limiting it. I firmly believe that, and I've heard from my outreach as well, should a difference ordinarily be a misstatement? And I believe yes. So we're absolutely on the right track there, because if it's not, it's probably something to do with the expectation not being right. And I think there are a couple of examples in here that I still struggle with. If I look at these examples, I still think the expectation is wrong. Well, how can you have your expectation not consider redemption of a loan? Then your expectation is not at the robust level where I would expect it. So those are some areas where, and I'll send in the comments as well. But that's yeah, I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Kalina, do you want to respond?
Yes, I just want to respond because we did bring proposals to the board, which were discussed in June, March, now I forgot, June, where we were talking about bringing a full framework for performance of analytical procedures in 520. And where we did land with that is support for doing so. So this is the direction we are taking. We're obviously going to take this feedback on the investigation piece and how does that impact But Edo, to your point, clarifying substantive analytical procedures is probably something that needs to be done in the context of that discussion about categorization of audit procedures, because substantive analytical procedures are an analytical procedure at the end of the day, a subcategory. So from that perspective, staff is not very confident at this point to take a step back as we've moved these things forward, but obviously we'll look at these comments and absorb them. There's a few pieces in that SAP area which we have not yet fully been able to come to a determination. So I guess what I'm trying to say is if we can focus here on the investigation piece and the drafting that we've put forward, that would be helpful to move us ahead. These broader things, the board will be able to see at in a more connected way at a later time.
Okay, thank you, Kuna. Shaya?
Thank you, Tom. Three comments. First one is that in our early meeting, when we discussed about the dual purpose audit procedures, we also touched on analytical procedure, because in some cases, it might not be so clear cut whether an analytical procedure is for risk assessment purpose or for substantive analytical purpose. So I think that question still remains open. Or even in some cases, analytical procedure is used to assist the auditor in spotting those high-risk items in the population, right? When they select the items to test. So could be multiple purpose. That's one, I think it's a related question. Second one is in 5D, it talks about performance materiality. I think maybe we don't need to be so specific, because I can imagine in some cases where the auditor think it's reasonable to apply substantive analytical procedures before they perform test of details. They might expect a low level of assurance from substantive analytical procedures, which means the level of precision can be a bit lower. So why not overall materiality? It doesn't have to be performance materiality, because I'm going to do more substantive work after the analytical procedure. A minor point is when we goes to amounts derived from recorded amounts, then the threshold might not be performance materiality, because those amounts derived from recorded amounts could be a ratio or a percentage, then the performance materiality is not applicable in this case. Yeah, and on next page, those few 3 points. The first one is inquiry of management, and then perform audit procedures, then perform other audit procedures. I would suggest we provide more specific examples, because these wording still look a bit general. Thank you.
Do you want to come? Sammy?
Thank you. I'm generally okay with the direction. It's just for the part related to the overall conclusion being usually performed towards the end of the audit. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be in the first category or the second category, because at that time, when you are forming an overall conclusion, you're supposed to have the full picture. You're supposedly having all the information. So they're not supposed to be difference between your expectation and what's exactly there and the financials. Spotting a difference, and if the difference is above the threshold, wouldn't that take you to the second category immediately? Shouldn't that be in the second category where it should be treated like the results of substantive analytical procedures? So this is one thing. The other thing is just a language matter about A16F. So it reads like the need to perform other audit procedures may arise when for example, management is unable to provide an explanation. I'm just worried that it might read that this is the only case where you need to perform additional procedures. While what we are trying to say, once you go above the threshold, additional procedures are supposed to be undertaken or further investigation is supposed to be undertaken. Thank you.
Josephine?
Okay, sorry to come back in. It was just the couple of points. Wendy, thank you. I think that maybe I wasn't clear enough, so I apologise. I'm not suggesting that we go back and separate. What I was suggesting is that I think we need to change the way we're describing how you investigate a risk assessment procedure using analytics rather than a substantive procedure. So I'm not moving away from what staff is proposing. And to Ado's point, this came up at the last meeting about this other analytical procedure. And I have thought about this, and we actually talked about this in our London meeting. There is a bundle of evidence that comes from our risk assessment process and from our further audit procedures. All of that is evidence. And if an analytical procedure is not designed to detect a material misstatement, then under our current framework, then it can't get you there. But it is still evidence, because if you're performing an analytical procedure, what you might be doing, and I think you said earlier, actually, it's using an analytical procedure and spotting those high risk items, or maybe you're even deep diving into what that risk actually looks like by applying a more precise or a more in-depth analytical procedure, but it's still a risk assessment procedure because it has a different objective, which is not to detect material misstatement, to just get some more information about what you're looking at. And so I think this idea that this one thing in the middle is what we need to move away from it, because it's very clear analytical procedures are performed throughout the audit, but they have a different purpose and they have a different objective. Now, maybe what we need to do is have some clarification of that as we move forward and pull the standard together. But I just don't want to get the ideas confused. Thank you, Kalina.
Anyone else? Kalina?
Okay, just wanted to respond to the comment on the planning materiality. So that topic is one of those that we will bring for a further discussion. So the board will have an opportunity to weigh into that one more time. And I think what we did present in our papers last time is why is performance materiality? It's because it links back to the 320 requirement in there, but we'll look at it, as I said, and thank you for providing those perspectives. So once we bring that topic again, we'll have an opportunity to discuss more substantially.
Okay. Proceed. Do you have your tent card up?
Yes, yeah. And I just wanted to thank everyone for your comments, and we will take it back. And actually, this is not the last time we'll talk about substantive analytical procedures, and we will bring more topics to the board table. And Josephine, I hear your point on the investigation procedures and not to confuse the substantive analytical procedures with the analytical procedure performed for risk assessment purpose. I guess just to clarify a little bit of the intention of including investigation procedures for other analytical procedures, including risk assessment. And this is to consider the auditor's process already in place when they're performing risk assessment purposes. They will see some variances in their procedures. And sometimes the auditor does take to investigate by inquiry with management to understand what those are, so that they can confirm this is indeed indicate of a potential risk of material misstatement. So that's really the purpose of that paragraph in there. But yeah, we take your point, and we will consider revisions in this area.
Okay. Anyone else like to come in? Kalina, I think this leaves us with 9F. Is that correct? Well, I don't want to go to 9F right now. We could always come back to it at the end of David Madden's presentation today. So we'll do it that then, and then we'll sort of wrap up. So we probably will go to around 6 p.m. tonight, everyone. I'd rather give you the break right now. I sketched the room could use a break. We also have a guest coming in at 4, not 3:30. My mistake. And we'll reconvene at 4 p.m. And be ready, team, to go at the end of David's presentation.
Thank you, that's great.
Hello.
Okay, could we get seated again, please? Hi, Carol. Hi, Bashan.
Hi.
Great to see you. Could we
Thank you.
come to order here, please? Everyone? Ada? Okay, great. Okay, we're back from break. Carol, Bashan, great to have you with us again. Really great to be able to hear from GRI. They have a little presentation they're going to update us on, but we're also going to have some opportunity to ask some questions or have some discussions with GRI as well. And so I don't want to. We have somewhat limited time, so I want to go straight to you. So it's great to have you back with us.
Thank you, Tom. Many thanks indeed. I will kick off with our slide deck, if I may. Thank you all very much for your time. So if we could go to the first slide, please. We've discussed this before, but just a recap of our system of GRI standards. We have the universal standards, which include the principles. So it's a principles-based reporting system. We have the initial disclosures about the reporting organization to set the context for the sustainability reporting, the reporting on the impacts of the organization on society, the environment, and economies. And we have GRI 3, which I think is very important in the context that we're discussing here. So this sets out the disclosures on the process for determining the organization's most significant impacts, and it provides guidance on doing so. And I was delighted that ISSA 5000 also provided a focus on the assurance of this process, because it's critical to our mind that organizations have a solid process of determining the significant impacts, because there's no point going into detail and having excellent disclosures on topics which are not significant for the organization. And it's also important because these disclosures of the most significant impacts, these impacts lead to risks and opportunities for the organization, which are required to be reported under the IFRS S standards. And if they don't have a solid process for determining those impacts, they may well be missing some risks. Then we have the sector standards, which include disclosures on impacts which are significant for a particular sector. So these are identified by experts in our technical working groups, multi-stakeholder experts, and these are particularly welcomed and used by organizations in specific sectors to identify their most significant impacts. And we see these as being particularly important going forward, particularly as the European Union is not going to develop sector standards and is recommending the use of GRI sector standards to identify significant impacts. And then there's the topic standards, which we are updating now. And we have new standards on climate change, biodiversity, and energy usage, with new labour standards in progress and so on. So the next slide, please. And these are our priority areas for the current period. We are developing a new work program, which we'll get to later. But just focusing on the third point there, the cooperation with other standard setting bodies and international organizations. Clearly you are one of them, but we have a project of work around our MOU with the IAASB, a sort of a portfolio of work, our global reporting systems paper, which we will get to, our work on the link between impacts, risks and opportunities, and a third project looking at that standards package that we have, and looking at providing guidance to regulators and thinking about how we promote that standards package and parts of it to different regulators and standard setters. And the next slide, please. And I'll pass over to Bastian now.
Thank you, Carol, and thanks also from me for the invitation and the opportunity to present. I will be focusing on the projects that we're running as part of the work program that Carol just introduced. These are projects that were underway when we last presented to you, and we have advanced each one since then. We have a portfolio of work on updating existing standards in the area of labor rights and labor practices. We're working with the International Labour Organization, the ILO, the IOE, the International Organization of Employers, and the global unions. They've seconded experts to us for the process who look in a technical committee to develop revised standards across a range of themes that are related to the conventions in the ILO and labor practices. We've concluded the first public consultation already earlier this year. Now we've been running a second one, and we will go out with the last and final set of public exposure later this year. The aim is to close the project mid next year. At this point in time, we have started to consider feedback on the first phase of the public consultation, and will continue now across a range of standards. This is a significant project also for us. First time that we review that many standards in one go. But since all these practices and rights-based discussions are interconnected, this portfolio project made sense at this point in time. And when we will hopefully have an opportunity to speak to you next, we will have concluded the public consultations, will be in the final phases of discussions on these standards. I think it is also important to mention that this work was prioritized in light of the EU updates in the first ESRS, where there was a focus on the labor standards, but also the interest of the IFRS, the IASB, and the human capital discussion. So we will be ready with our standards should the IASB decide to venture into standard setting for risks and opportunities. We will have the matching impact disclosure developed with this context. Next slide, please. Our second portfolio project that is currently underway is the review of what we call the economic impact related standards. This is also a range of standards that have been in existence for the most part since 2006, actually. We have had updates over time, but this is the first comprehensive review as a package. We're in final discussions here for public exposure, and we will be going out for exposure in the coming months for phase 1 and phase 2. This is a discussion of economic performance disclosure, as well as anti-corruption, anti-competitive behavior, and public policy. Again, these are existing standards that we're now updating, and they will become available for public consultation. And then we have a third phase here. This will continue for a while. We expect that only next year we will be able to bring these contents to the GSB for discussions, and importantly then also for consultation. The last project that is underway on the topic standards level is the work on pollution. A gap was signaled in our standards offering, both from prior projects that we've run on, among other things, biodiversity, but also water and emissions, as well as from the context of regulatory activity in the EU, where pollution has been a particular focus. So we felt the need that we close that gap in the GRI standards and review existing contents and take decisions regarding additions to the existing contents. This is an ongoing content development, and we will strive towards the end of the year, early next year, to have the discussion with the GSB for a potential public consultation on the contents. We can move to the next slide. We also continue, as Carol has alluded to, the work on the sector standards. GI has started this sector work about 5 years ago. We have back then prioritized a range of sectors based on an analysis of the impact from a sustainable development perspective. So basic materials and heavy impact industries and those that support whole value chains have been prioritized. We've worked through a sequence of standards: oil and gas, mining, among others, agriculture. And we are now currently focused on the financial services sector, so banking, capital markets, and insurance, as well as the textiles and apparel sector. These projects are scheduled to conclude next year. We have gone for public consultation for the financial services related standards, and currently still open is the standard for textiles and apparel. And as Kara has explained, I think the key contribution of these sector standards also in the wider global system debate is that they list likely material topics. So they are not mandating material topics, but there's an evidence-based approach to likely material topics from an impact perspective as an input to the impact to the materiality determination for the impact. So this is now even more important contribution in the European context, where EFRAG is focusing on the generic disclosure for all industries or sectors, and at the same time calling for rendering into the sector context in the materiality assessment, and indeed in the current version, revised version of the ESRS, recommending the GI standards as an input to that process. Next slide, please. So when it comes to standards that we've completed from the current work program, we have, and we're still working on implementation in that area, concluded the work on biodiversity. More recently, we've concluded working on our climate change and energy related standard, which was released in the second quarter at the London Climate Week. And we are also in the implementation phase when it comes to our mining standard. These were commitments made during the work program that is ending this year, and we've concluded the standard setting activity on all those projects. Next slide. We've conducted research activity into two areas that the GSB is considering for prioritization in an upcoming work program. One is public sector reporting, and in the introduction of the impact perspective also for public sector reporting. We've completed a background research phase, and the final research paper is available publicly. And a second thematic research was on digitalization, including the issues of data protection, cybersecurity, AI, and privacy. Also there, we've completed the research, discussed it in depth with the GSB, and now as part of the new work program, decisions will be taken whether one, both of these areas will receive further attention also from a setting perspective. I leave it there and I hand back to Karen. Next slide.
Thank you, Bastian. So I wanted to focus here on the guidance to identify risks and opportunities that arise from impacts. We have developed a project proposal to do some work to help develop guidance for organizations and examples of how the significant impacts of organizations can then be fed into the risk management process of organizations to help identify the risks to the organization that arise from those impacts. So this would be, if you like, an extension of the GRI 3 guidance. The guidance in GRI 3 already aligns with the approach in ESRS. So they have they are going to have a more principles-based approach in there as a way through their simplification, and that will involve an approach which is more aligned with the GRI 3 approach to determining significant impacts. So rather than starting with specific disclosures and looking at whether they're significant, it will involve engaging with stakeholders and experts to identify those most significant impacts. And the criteria for significance is the same as in GRI 3. So the GRI 3 guidance would be a starting point for organizations using ESRS, and we will be extending that, subject to funding, of course, to look at how organizations can then go to determine their risks and opportunities. And we will be working with organizations like the Sustainability Standards Board of Japan. The team, Bastian's team, have already done some work with the TNFD on this. And the GRI standards taxonomy was released earlier this year, and that's an important part of our interoperability work also. Next slide, please. Yeah, Bastian, did you want to talk about the work program, the process of developing what's in it so far? And I'll go on to the consultation part.
Yeah, so on a 3-year cadence, the GSB is developing its work program. We're now scheduled to look at 26 to 28. What I presented earlier is basically the legacy that we have from the earlier work program that will span into the next years. And the discussions of the GSB currently focus on the areas that we could add as the upcoming priorities to the schedule. They're broadly speaking 3 areas where more work is needed. One is concluding the ambitious agenda around updating all existing standards. Then there are discussions about adding entirely new subjects, and we brought the example of digital today, where research has been concluded. And the third piece really revolves around the sector standards, and we've had discussions with the board lately on what we learned from the first pilot sector standards, and we looked also at reception in the market for these standards, and what is clearly showing is that provision of guidance as input for the materiality determination is one of the core contributions that the GI standards can make at this point in time. So we're looking at ways of how we can accelerate the pace of our sector standards development, covering more sectors with a streamlined offering that will focus with priority on the provision of this evidence-based list of likely material topics. This is an ongoing, a live discussion. The GSB will continue to deliberate on this later in this year. And we will bring a work program draft for consultation towards the end of the year after the next in-person meeting of the GSB in November.
Yes, thank you. We're currently consulting with the GRI governance bodies, the Supervisory Board, Management Board, and Stakeholder Council before finalising the work programme to go out for broader consultation. And it will include this package of work around the global reporting systems system, the link between impacts, risks, and opportunities, and the reporting package and promoting that to regulators. Next slide, please. So the global reporting system paper is part of our work with the MOU with the IAASB. So one of the things that's included in that MOU is developing a sensible global reporting system which shows the links between impacts, then risks and opportunities, and then the financial effects on the financial statements. And how the various standards, those of the GRI, those that are the IFRS S standards, and those produced by the IAASB, how they link together. And this will help users make sense of the three sets of standards. And so by users, I mean reporters, on how to use the standards. And it will also mean that users have the full package of information that they need. I've talked about the project looking at the links between impacts, risks, and opportunities already. And that's part of this global reporting system paper. This will become available later in the year. We're currently engaging with some of our key stakeholders on this paper, including EFRAG and the IAASB, and hopefully some input from yourselves as well. And we have discussed ways of accelerating the sector standards work. So our sector standards are quite detailed. They talk about the sustainable development context of the various sectors, the additional disclosures which are relevant, and we're looking to create a sort of a shortened version of the sector standards that are in progress. And we will be discussing that later in the year as part of our work program. So what we would like to see, what our focus is on in our work with the IAASB is developing this system which makes sense to reporters, because we have a lot of reporters that use the GRI standards around the world, and approaching half of those get some form of assurance over their GRI standards now. We think that assurance is incredibly important to the credibility of the reports that are produced using GRI standards. And we want to demonstrate to reporters working with the IAASB how both sets of standards used together can provide a more complete picture of the significant impacts of the organization and also the risks and opportunities, because some of those risks derive from the most significant impacts. So we want to present to the world in collaboration with others this global reporting system that organizations and the users of report can see is a sort of a streamlined system that makes some sense to a broad range of users. Next slide, please. And these are the key elements of that global reporting system. So looking to having each set of standard make sense and connect with each other is one of the things that we want to achieve. And this is on a conceptual basis, so that they make sense conceptually and fit together conceptually. We see the roles of the GRI and the IFRS-S standards and those produced by the IAASB also as complementary, that they are focusing on different things. The GRI standards being impact focused, the IFRS-S standards being risk focused and focusing on risks that lead to financial materiality. And we see a clear sort of separation there, a clear differentiation, if you like, between what these standards cover, but that they can be connected with each other, that we can work together on that link between the impacts and the risks. So we see impact reporting as the foundation of risk identification. We feel very strongly that the GRI standards can help uncover the most significant impacts on organizations, particularly when organizations go through that GRI 3 process and have that process externally assured, and that can help them identify the risks associated with those impacts. And I think that's an area that we can collaborate on. We see the importance of governance and assurance and collaboration between all of these standard setting boards. Yours, IAASB, is really critical to building this global reporting system, that it will support decision making, it will help organizations be accountable to make the best decisions for the organization while also contributing to sustainable development. And we think that with these boards working together, we have a good chance of achieving that. Was there anything you wanted to add on those last few slides, Bastian?
No, I think you covered it very comprehensively.
Okay, thank you. And just one last thing, because our standards also draw on the work of other bodies that focus on particular areas, such as, for example, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. This also helps interoperability. So both the GRI standards and the IFRS-S standards draw on the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, so that we have the same disclosures around emissions, essentially. The next slide. Okay, so these are the areas where we thought we could collaborate with you, where we could hopefully have a discussion. We'd welcome your input on our work program, on our papers, on the global reporting system and the link between impacts, risks, and opportunities. We think it would be really helpful to do some joint messaging around the relationship between the GRI standards, the process in GRI 3 in particular, and the assurance of that process using ISSA 5000. we can help promote both sets of standards, ISSA 5000 and the GRI standards, through materials and educational materials with the GRI Academy, and also promote stakeholder engagement in the standards and the ongoing work. Another area, just to add to this, where we could possibly collaborate is in transition planning. So one area for further collaboration with the IAASB in the future might be on developing a GRI plus IFRS S approach to transition planning. Our new GRI 102 standard sets out disclosures on transition plans, and of course there is scope for developing joint messaging, not just around the content of transition plans, but also the assurance of those transition plans. Thank you. I think that's all of our slides. Thank you. We're happy to take questions.
Josephine?
He saw me shifting my card. It's really lovely to see you again, Carol and Bastian, and thank you again. I mean, really just an incredible amount of work covered in this very short period since we last saw you. One of the things I was going to ask, and I suppose I could look this up, but you're right here. So when you've got all these public exposures, and how long do you usually anticipate moving from the consideration of feedback to the point at which you're actually then publishing the final documents?
I think that's Bastian, yes.
Yeah. I think when so the novelty here in the last years for us has been that we have these portfolio projects where we cover more than 5, sometimes more than 10 standards in one go. What we see is that they're oftentimes interrelated, so that actually then leads to longer lead times from closing the public consultation to the final standards. But what I can say is that when we're single issue focused for the smaller projects from a scope perspective, we usually look at 6 to 9 months until we have the project concluded. And that means from public consultation, end of public consultation, consideration of feedback, and bringing it together. For the portfolio projects, this is longer on average. I think it is anywhere between 12 to 18 months, I would say, at the moment, that we'll be spending on this. What you can see, we're staging the public consultations as well, because what we've seen is that we overwhelm also the stakeholders when we expose too much content at the same time.
Yeah, okay. So still quite a quick turnaround though in most cases, which is very impressive. One of the areas I wanted to talk about as well, the areas for collaboration, certainly the public consultation, we're more than happy. I'm speaking on behalf of the rest of the board here, sorry. More than happy, certainly from the Sustainability Task Force perspective to support that. The other thing I thought was really interesting was your point about the GRI Academy. I did notice that you had a GRI certification, and I think it was more recently, maybe it was 2025, yeah, so quite recently uploaded onto the Academy. And I think that's definitely one area where we could have some collaboration. I personally have been working with the ICAAW on their work around assurance, sustainability assurance training. And I think it's quite helpful sometimes, even when you're focused on, say, the preparer and the adoption and application of GRI standards, it's often quite useful to have some aspect of that training, which is dealing with the third-party external assurance provider. It doesn't need to be very much, but it just helps those preparers, just helps them to be more aware of the fact that that is one part of the whole reporting ecosystem. So I thought that was a really good idea, and certainly we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Anyone else? Maybe I could ask you a quick question. Sue Lloyd was with us earlier this week. And they talked a little bit about their sector-specific efforts right now. How well does GRI's sector-specific standards align with IAASB's considerations? Are they fairly well aligned, or is there overlap? Or
So the IASB related contents, of course, relate to the work of SASB a couple of years back. At the time, SASB and GI have agreed that we would mirror representation into our processes. Importantly, when we picked up our work on sector standards, what I mentioned earlier, oil and gas, mining, and others, we had representation from the SASB colleagues in these projects. That was with the aim to ensure that those themes that have been identified in the SASB processes as financially material would certainly find introduction into the GI standards if there is a causal relationship between impact, risk, and opportunity. So what you can say is on the thematic level, so those topics that are covered in the SASB standards and now will also be in the review covered in the IFRS, in the IASB work on sectors, there is this overlap that we've been paying attention to traditionally. More recently, in the review of the SASB standards in this first set of standards that are now out for public exposure, the colleagues at the IASB have looked at contents that exist in the GI standards and where they have seen an opportunity to align with disclosure that is in existence in the GI standards already. And they have ported this over to some extent across a range of issue areas. And I think we're collectively committed to look at this overlap more, and the boards will discuss how we can refine the process also going forward. This is, of course, only the beginning of a larger portfolio project on the side of the IASB. And as we are adding more sector standards, we want to ensure that we continue to support that linkage of impacts, risks, and opportunity, but also on the disclosure level that we can have that distinction, as Carol has explained, between impact and risk and opportunity disclosure that are in an ideal case also directly linked to each other.
And if I could just add to that, we would like to see a focus more on risks and opportunities in the SASB standards. So, and we think that our MOU provides an opportunity for that. So rather than the SASB standards duplicating selected disclosures from the GRI standards, there is an opportunity for them to identify more of the risks and opportunities that arise from those impacts, the significant impacts of opportunity of organizations. So when you get duplication and you're going through two different due processes, there will end up likely being some differences unless there's an agreement not to. So that sort of overlap needs to be worked out. We would like to see that minimal, and we think the SASB standards can really add value if they focus more on the risks and opportunities that arise from those impacts.
anyone? Any other questions or comments? I think that's everyone in the room, but it was really helpful. Thank you both. Actually, I know it's probably getting late in the evening where you are, I assume, and Carol, it's probably morning, I assume, where you are. So thank you for joining the board. It's really helpful for us, and we certainly want to take advantage of the opportunities that you put forward in your presentation. So we appreciate the partnership.
Many thanks, and so do we. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Bye. Okay, so we're gonna ask David Madden to come to the table now. Don't go too far. If you have to rush them to the restrooms, feel free to, but we're gonna keep going. Hi, David. Okay, we'll give a moment for David to set up. That might be the best. I think, David, if you move that though, the camera will miss you.
Oh,
Right, so go, just move over this seat if you want. It's very finely calibrated. People have been asking to have my camera move the other direction when I speak though. Okay, well, welcome back to our board, David. It's great to see you. Glad you came dressed for the occasion. Hey, it's Wednesday at this board, and the dress standard sort of declined. I was wearing a tie on Monday, though.
I did make a decision this morning,
Okay.
tie or no tie, tie or no tie.
Well,
And I was thinking of you when I decided tie.
oh, that's very, very kind. It brings us back to our old days working together. So it's super to have David back with us, obviously the guru of the state of play report, but also fountain knowledge of what's happening in the marketplace right now and where there could be areas of cooperation, collaboration, and just in general intelligence that would be useful for us as a board to have in support of ISSA 5000. So great to have you here, David, and we look forward to your presentation.
Well, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Willie and Claire. You always have a continued interest in IFAC's state of play research, and thank you for inviting me again to present to the board today. The data and the evidence-based approach that underlies our state of play has really kind of become a foundation for IFAC sustainability-related advocacy over the last few years. And that data-driven approach has also shaped our examination of new topics. So if you're following our work on private equity investment in accountancy firms or our work on the state of the global accountancy profession, you'll see this sort of data-based and evidence-based research approach incorporated there. It's a bit of a time of uncertainty for IFAC staff as we transition to a new operating model. So I want to acknowledge my team, Derek Coleman and Casey Gibbs, who are on the front lines of making this project and all research here at IFAC a success. I think we've got about 45 minutes. And as you are arguably, and I mean this is a compliment, a more detail-oriented audience than I typically have. I've prepared a lot of information for you. You've got it in the pre-read as well. But I think we'll still have an opportunity for about 20 minutes for questions or follow-ups or to discuss the future of the state of play. I've got a couple of slides on that in the deck as well. So in May, we published our 5th anniversary edition in what we consider to now be a series of state of play research and reports. To publish this report, we examined actual disclosure documents for 1,400 of the largest stock exchange listed companies across the G20, plus Singapore and Hong Kong. We complement this work each year by also reviewing 500 companies from 20 smaller or emerging economies. So in total, we track 1,900 companies in 42 jurisdictions. I think this is the first opportunity I've had to present to this board at a time in the calendar year when we have the data for all 242 jurisdictions at the same time for the same fiscal reporting year, 2023. So that I've incorporated some of this information into my presentation today. We're not going to publish our non-G20 research this year, but as I say, I've incorporated some of the key statistics into what you have. So we always set the stage with our 5-year global scorecard for the G20. So if I can ask you to focus on the numbers in the green boxes and also note the 5-year trends. We see that almost all companies we reviewed provided at least some sustainability information in 2023. It was 98%. Assurance has been lagging reporting over the entire 5 years, but the increase from only about half, 51% in 2019, to almost 3/4, 73% in 2023 is one of the most significant changes we find over the past 5 years. On the third line, audit firms are consistently providing the majority of assurance engagements globally. But as we know, the current ecosystem is diverse, and audit firm market share has been declining from 63% to 55%. On the right-hand side, in the absence of regulation, there is little or no evidence of a transition from limited to reasonable assurance. Shortly after publishing our report in May, I observed a panel discussion in Singapore, where one of the panelists challenged the audience to consider shifting financial assurance from reasonable to limited, so that investors and others would not have to differentiate between the level of assurance for financial versus sustainability assurance. I thought that was a very effective way of making the point for mandatory requirements that progress towards reasonable sustainability assurance, which is something that IFAC has consistently been an advocate for. And finally, on this slide, we also see no evidence of a change in the persistent gap that exists between the use of IAASB standards for assurance engagements conducted by accountants versus different standards used by alternative service providers. So whether or not this gap remains is one of the still to be answered questions, I think, as sustainability disclosure evolves from being mostly a voluntary activity to being a regulatory requirement. And this is another area where IFAC has been a consistent supporter and will be a supporter of ISA 5000 and a level playing field for all practitioners. So now let's overlay these G20 results with our findings for the 500 companies in the 20 non-G20 jurisdictions. We see a similar increase in the percentage of companies who are reporting at least some sustainability-related information, but the gap between reporting and assurance of information is significantly larger, 95% reporting versus 56% assurance, which is more like where we were in 2019 in the G20. Next, perhaps a bit surprising, more accountants are providing assurance that is taking place in the non-G20, but the data on the right again demonstrates consistency with the G20 and non-G20 in terms of the level of assurance and the use of standards. So realize that your interest is primarily in assurance, but I've included a couple slides on reporting to demonstrate a shift in where companies are reporting their sustainability-related information. Blue on this graph indicates companies that provide their sustainability metrics and information in their annual reports. Green indicates companies that are following the integrated reporting framework for both their financial and sustainability information. Overall, looking at that bar chart at the top of this slide, we see a significant decline from 57% in 2019 to only 24% in 2023 of companies who are using and relying on a standalone sustainability report. Looking at the country-specific information on that slide, the US, China, and South Korea are 3 exceptions in this trend away from standalone reporting. Standalone sustainability reports were never as prevalent among the companies that we analyze outside of the G20, but in 2023, the percentages in the non-G20 are similar to what we have here. It was 21% standalone, 42% annual reports, 33% integrated reports. So all of this, I think, is good news for standard setters. Whether it's the IAASB or the ESRS in the EU, both require sustainability disclosures concurrent with financial statements. We'll see later that this change in reporting practice may be changing behavior or be concurrent with change in behavior with respect to assurance. The other key reporting takeaway from our research is that the more reporting we find, those numbers have been going up, the more fragmentation we find. Over the last 5 years, as the rate of reporting of sustainability-related information has gone up, the percentage of companies who use multiple standards or frameworks for providing that information has also increased from 68% to 92%. If you look at the non-G20, it's 86%. In July, I had the opportunity to present to IASCO's Committee 1, and we noted the importance of their continued support for harmonization around the global baseline, not only for reporting, but for assurance and ethics as well. So we've been hopeful that the omnibus revisions to the ESRSs in Europe could provide an opportunity for more alignment with the IASB requirements. But a recent analysis that I've heard from the IASB staff suggests perhaps more, not fewer differences have emerged. So something to keep an eye on. So having 42 sets of data allows us to take a more focused look at specific regions. For example, we can compare 375 companies from 9 EU countries alongside 650 companies from 12 countries from the Asia Pacific region. In Europe, we see very high levels of reporting, as in 2023, Belgium, Ireland, and Romania have really caught up with the larger EU economies. Turning to Asia Pacific, only 2 out of 650 companies did not report some sustainability information in 2023. I've introduced a pattern to the color scheme on the right side of this graphic to demonstrate strong momentum towards IASB standards across the region. Australia, China, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, and Thailand. This is all based off of information from the IASB. In terms of where information is being reported, note the level of blue for annual reports in Europe, especially in Belgium, Germany, Italy, Ireland, and Sweden. Overall, 58% of companies that we examined included their sustainability information in an annual report. In Asia, there's more diversity, with the green bars showing us that about 1/3 of companies are using integrated reports, and that's led by India, Japan, and Malaysia. So as you know, under IFRS 1, companies are to report all of their material sustainability-related risks and opportunities, and under S2, they report their climate-related information, including Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. So to better understand company practice with respect to the scope of information reported, we grouped our disclosures into 4 categories: greenhouse gas, other environmental topics, social, and governance. Over the last 5 years, the scope of what companies report has expanded such that 98% of the companies we reviewed provided some information in all 4 categories. That's up from 89% in 2020. Specific to greenhouse gas information, 82% reported their Scope 3 emissions. The information on the bottom of the slide, looking at assurance, tells a somewhat different story. 97% of companies obtained assurance on their greenhouse gas information. A surprising 76% obtained assurance on their Scope 3 emissions. But note the steep decline in assurance of information in the other 3 categories, especially governance. Only 56% of companies obtain assurance on information in each of those 4 categories that we look at. So globally, in 2023, it still feels like sustainability assurance is primarily greenhouse gas focused. All right, looking more broadly, more closely at assurance, the average rate for assurance across the G20 jurisdictions was 73% in 2023. And that 73% was driven by double-digit increases in 5 jurisdictions: Hong Kong, Indonesia, Mexico, Russia, and Saudi Arabia. The gray color highlights relatively less assurance in the Asia-Pacific region. And as you look from left to right, Brazil, Canada, the US, the EU, UK, Hong Kong, and Japan all have above average rates of assurance. South Korea, on the far right, is now joining France, Italy, and Spain, countries in which we find 100% reporting and 100% assurance. Taking a deeper dive, more regional view, let's look first on the right-hand side at the Middle East and Northern Africa. Here, sustainability assurance appears to be still an emerging practice. 40% of companies who were reviewed who reported sustainability information also attained assurance on at least some of what they reported. That 40% is driven by South Africa and Turkey. Turkey's doubled from 33% to 67% over the past 5 years. You obviously know they were one of the first jurisdictions to mandate sustainability assurance and using ISA 5000. In 2023, we saw sizable increases in Egypt and the UAE. In South Africa, assurance has increased from 54% in 2019 to 70%. But as this has happened, there's also been an increase in the use of consultants who specialize in greenhouse gas verification. This is a pattern we've seen elsewhere in the world. As voluntary assurance increases, it's in the verification of greenhouse gas numbers, and consultants are used and perceived to be experts in verifying those numbers. China, Japan, Saudi Arabia, and the UK are other examples, along with South Africa, of this pattern, which corresponds typically to the use of ISO standards. On the left-hand graph, I wanted to show a contrasting picture where assurance rates are twice as high in the EU, where sustainability reporting arguably has the longest history under the NFRD, which precedes the CSRD. But progress in Ireland, Poland, and Romania is clearly needed. So in areas where assurance is still emerging, for example, in the Middle East and Northern Africa, where IFAC's next Connect event will take place in the first week of October in Riyadh, we will continue to raise awareness for the global trends we see in our research and encourage sustainability assurance as a necessary step following mandatory sustainability reporting. So turning to our profession agnostic data, blue indicates the use of consultancy or blue is accountancy firms, gray indicates the use of consultancy or other professional service providers. In 8 of the G20 jurisdictions in 2023, over 50% of assurance was provided by other service providers. That was the case in Mexico, the US, UK, China, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Japan, and South Korea. I think there are a number of interesting dynamics underlying this data that are worth highlighting. So recall that most assurance is still on greenhouse gas metrics and information, and that these companies seem to turn to consultants with perceived expertise in environmental data. We've also observed that consultants may issue more than one assurance report for each type of information that they review. For example, in South Korea, we calculated an average of 2.5 assurance reports per company. On the other side of the world, in the EU, accountancy firms began to consolidate their assurance reports in 2023. So if 2 reports for the same client were issued on specific topics historically, they're now being combined into one assurance report. There were 4 jurisdictions, Canada, US, UK, and Singapore, where we saw an actual increase in assurance provided by accountancy firms in 2023. And note the numbers at the far right. We observe that connectivity in how companies report may influence preferences for assurance provider. Consultants provide the majority of assurance for companies issuing standalone reports. So they have 65% market share versus the 35% shown in red on that screen. Accountancy firms have a similar market share for assurance of information included in annual and integrated reports. So one more number. Over the past 5 years, in the G20, There's been a steady increase in companies who use the same audit firm for both financial and sustainability assurance. With 76% in 2023, that's up from 65% in 2019. So there's, I think, a lot of nuance behind the 55% headline market share number for accounting firms in the G20. So focusing again regionally, looking at Europe and Asia Pacific. Accountants do more assurance in the EU, 92%, than any other region, while in Asia Pacific, they do less than any other region, 38%. Ireland was a clear outlier in the EU. With omnibus revisions to the ESRS, I feel that policy focus has really shifted in 2025 back to reporting, not to assurance, but it's important to remember that pre-omnibus, only 6 of 27 EU member countries plan to allow other service providers to provide sustainability assurance. Interestingly, Ireland was not one of them. So looking at Asia Pacific on the right, China, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, Thailand drive the 60% of engagements being performed by consultants. Philippines is hanging out there at 50-50. All this is evidence, as you know, of a diverse system in sustainability assurance. But the existence of other service providers does have implications for the level of assurance provided and for how engagements are conducted. For example, only 14% of the engagements we observed in South Korea were performed using IAASB standards. In China, Thailand, and Indonesia, there was significant use of Accountability 1000. We also saw both ISO 3000 and ISO 14064 being used in China and Thailand. In total, across all 42 jurisdictions that we look at, there were 15 countries in which other types of service providers performed a significant amount, the majority, more than 50% of the sustainability assurance engagements we found. And that has led to the use of non-IAASB standards. So taking a closer look at standard fragmentation. On the right-hand side, in Asia Pacific, where the use of other service providers is more common, we see significant variability in the level of assurance. Limited is in dark blue, moderate is in white or gray, and reasonable is light blue. Other in green means that we honestly can't tell what it is by reading the assurance report. So these represent 3 different standards primarily: ISO, accountability, IAASB. And the chart at the top highlights that fragmented result is driven by accountants conducting, is driven by consultants who are conducting engagements. I want to note that I was at an investor-focused conference in May here in New York, and representatives from the consultancy profession told the audience that a new standard for broad scope sustainability assurance, ISO 14019, will be ready for use in early 2026, and importantly, that it is the equivalent to ISO 5000. When I was in Southeast Asia with the IAASB in May, I had an opportunity to meet with the chair of the Securities Commission there and his colleague who oversees audit. They discussed 4 important issues that I think are worth noting. Will investors ever understand the difference between reasonable and limited assurance? I think their personal view was no. And then therefore, sustainability assurance eventually needs to be at a reasonable level. Otherwise, investors can be misled. Second, they came from a country where consultants currently have a significant market share, around 50%. So it was going to be difficult to mandate that only accountants could do sustainability assurance in their country, especially on day one. But they acknowledged that ISO 5000 is practitioner agnostic, designed for all assurance providers, and their plan was to require 5000 by all practitioners. And finally, they described a new oversight board that would supervise all sustainability assurance engagements, regardless of who the practitioners were. So all of that still needs to be finalized. But when I heard that conversation, engaged in that conversation, I thought that it reflected the spirit in which I believe this board intended ISO 5000 to be used. to help harmonize what is currently a fragmented system. So one more slide examines some of these differences in who is providing assurance, using what standards, and how different practitioners apply them. So 3 key points. In 2023, in the G20, we found 100% of accounting firm reports clearly indicated that the engagement was conducted in accordance with ISO 3000, 54% of the time for assurance reports from consultants. A specific code of ethics or an independence like the IAASB code was cited 24% of the time by consultants, 98% by accountants, and the application of quality control, 98% versus 41%. When we focus on the data from the non-G20 jurisdictions, the results are the same, except I can't explain the 52% with respect to ISQC. Most importantly, we now have 3 years of this data, and it suggests little improvement, while the prevalence of other service providers conducting sustainability assurance has certainly increased over the same time period. So I did include a slide about corporate governance over sustainability information, but if I can make a couple comments and statistics, because I think it's very relevant to your standard setting in your implementation work. If we won't get high quality implementation and information without good governance from boards. So here's what we found. Most companies, almost 90%, state in their company documents that one or more board committees have responsibility for sustainability as a strategic issue. Audit committees are most popular. Only 60% of companies specify who has board oversight over sustainability reporting. Again, audit committees are most common. But only 24% of companies designated specific oversight of sustainability assurance. It's typically the audit committee, but 20% of the time, companies designate oversight of sustainability assurance to the sustainability committee. So data seems to suggest that global best practice is still a bit emerging in boardrooms around the world. So on that note, that is the state of play around the world for reporting and assurance. And I'm happy to pause and take some questions, or maybe have a few comments about the future of our state of play research.
Thanks, David. Are you starting to see anecdotal evidence of people, well, obviously we're aware of what's happening in Europe, but a sort of a backtracking on previous commitments or a reversal of voluntary adoption of reporting standards or assurance?
So I think it's idiosyncratic. One interpretation of what's happened in Canada, where it's remaining voluntary as opposed to moving ahead with mandatory, could be a reflection of political events in the US, also taking a cue from what's going on in Europe. If you talk to other locals up in Canada, they would suggest that it's been a very challenging time for, let's say, the eastern part and the western part of that country to come together as is a provincial system there. There's no national regulator. So, what is perhaps perhaps the convenience that the US provided an opportunity to stay with a voluntary system as opposed to trying to move it forward in a mandatory way. We've been doing a lot of work, a lot of conversations in the MENA region because we're heading there in a couple of weeks' time for our Connect event. And clearly, I think the Middle East, the Gulf in particular, is looking to what's going on in the US and Europe. They're asking themselves the questions, what's the cost benefit here? And how and why do we need to proceed with this when we're seeing that kind of a change in those two jurisdictions? In Asia Pacific, particularly in ASEAN, it's pretty strong stuff. I was in Singapore and Malaysia with the IAASB test piloting a new training program that they developed for practitioners to use S1 and S2. And listening to the stories there's full-on commitment. And just because I'm following GRI, it was particularly interesting in Kuala Lumpur, where I think the history of GRI reporting is very strong, and perhaps the awareness or the understanding of IAASB versus GRI is not quite as strong. A lot of questions in the room. Have I been doing the wrong thing? Why am I doing this versus that? How does this fit together? one sustainability professional says, I wish my finance people here, and a finance person said, I wish my sustainability people were here. So that's just an evolution of the process that has to take place in any jurisdictions. I think it's a long answer, but I think it's very idiosyncratic.
Neil?
David, I mean, I don't think I've really got a question for you. I guess what I wanted to really express is my thanks. This isn't just a single piece of data that you've come up with. It's an accumulation of 5 years of data tracking any number of topics across 42 countries, 1,900 reports. I think it's an incredible piece of work, and it's really good value for us to get an understanding on how things are moving from a sustainability point of view. So really a thanks for the work that you've done and the way that you've presented it to the board today. I think it's been really insightful, so really appreciate that. My only criticism is that you've shared the 2023 information, and I want to see the 24 information, but more importantly, I want to see the adoption of 5,000 when it gets taken in 25 and 26. So I want to see the European information. I want to know what's next. That's really what it comes down to.
Well, if you go to the published version of the 2023, the flagship report, there's a slide in there that I've kind of stopped putting into presentations, but it looks at the date gap between the date that the financial audit is signed and the date that the sustainability assurance report is signed. And that's still over 100 days in the United States. It's down to a couple of days in the EU. So I think the world needs to compress that reporting cycle, and it's not until September. So we're doing 2024 now, because in September is when you can kind of feel confident you're not wasting your time looking for 2024 sustainability information. We need to see that cycle move up, where we could be looking in March or April and find that information.
The one piece that I'd add is, it looks in some jurisdictions like there's an increase in consultants. On the ground, what we do see is that we do see some accountants leaving the profession, creating their own businesses, and now they're delivering as consultants. It doesn't quite stack up to them now moving to a different assurance standard. So I need to reconcile that piece, but we do see practitioners leaving firms, starting their own businesses, because it's a new good business opportunity for them.
Bill?
I'll mirror Neil's comments. This is just a fantastic piece of research, and it has been for many years. It's a signature piece for IFAC. So my same congratulations and well done. I'll go one step further on Neil. I want to see 2025 data, particularly. And you talked about Asia Pacific, and it's becoming mandatory in Asia Pacific in 2025. So, I hope we're here in 2 years' time, looking back then and seeing the change there. Do you have? I think there's sort of a little bit where Tom was going. Do you have any anecdotal evidence of what's happening far more recently? I mean, we all can all guess what's happening, but is there any pointers you do have?
No, I don't think I have any other perspective than what I already mentioned, but for maybe one, which is not a 23 or 24 or 22 comment, but the data seems to suggest that when regulatory policy-making conversations are taking place in a jurisdiction, company behavior starts to move in anticipation of that regulation. So why were there more assurance reports done by accountants in the United States? Sorry, as an American, I have to ask that question, right? It doesn't make any sense for that to change unless companies thought the SEC climate rule was going to go through. And when it becomes mandatory, wearing my US perspective, Tom can disagree, companies view it differently. And so they begin to get their systems, their processes, their assurance practice focused towards that requirement, right? So I think that the possibility, the probability of regulation changes company behavior. So that's not, I gave it a country-specific example, but that's not country-specific or year-specific.
And that's where I was going. When regulation comes in, you'd expect it to increase. However, saying that, we have seen some geopolitical influences pushing back on some of the disclosure. So, but as far as Asia is concerned, I think there is the legislation's in, and we're moving in that direction. If I can be self-centered on that.
Well, and even if you go back a couple of years, if you look at France, Germany, and Italy, right? So only France was required to do assurance. I messed that up. Maybe Italy and Spain as well, under the NFRD. Okay, but reporting and assurance numbers have been going up in the 4 core EU jurisdictions that we have. So again, regulation, changes behavior.
Tomorrow.
Thanks, Tom. First of all, excellent work. I think it's tremendous. Interesting enough, I had numerous meetings with David, always by phone, when I was at the IAASB, and we had the Americas Committee with Mary Toka and myself. So I never met David personally, and it's nice to see.
I apologize for not recognizing you. It's very good to see you in person.
No, but it's a tremendous work, David, and the report, it just reinforced that we actually took some directions that are related to your perceptions in Brazil. So in Brazil, up to the moment where the regulators start to take seriously the sustainability report as a regulatory requirement, up to that point, it was a voluntary basis. The assurance was not always even present, not even by an external, a non-auditor. But since the regulator published the requirement obliging all companies, so there are a number of companies, listed companies, largest financial entities, then the system started to move in tandem. So in one point that we did when we started discussing, we need to have reasonable assurance. So we didn't give the possibility to have a limited assurance in Brazil. So from this year until the first required report to be published for reference to 31st of December 2026, you can do it voluntarily. But when you do, you have to assert first you are following S1 and S2, and you have to have limited assurance. Only up to the moment where it is voluntary. From 2026 is obligatory, S1, S2, and reasonable assurance. No way to have less than that. Because of one of the reasons you mentioned, that the perception of regulators that this could mislead users if you give the opportunity. Some companies are limited, some others are reasonable. What is that? So, and I think that your report helps me consolidate this vision clearly. And I think the ones to come will show much more than in this sense.
So I guess I have to add to something we've been talking about, which is, is there a change in momentum? So Tom, the way you asked your question, I heard it a certain way and I reacted a certain way, and the same to you, Bill. So maybe the politics of things have put some water on the flames. But my experience in terms of how I'm spending my time over 2025 suggests that there are other topics that are crowding sustainability out. AI. Everyone at every conference wants to talk about AI, not sustainability. Our Connect event in Saudi Arabia will be 50% AI and 50% on sustainability. When I joined IFAC 6 years ago, audit reform was the topic I was going to spend my career on. We've stopped talking about audit reform because sustainability crowded out that conversation. So I think of all of you in this room as advocates for sustainability disclosure, whether it's reporting and assurance. And I feel that I have to make that point, right? We can't stop advocating for this issue, for this initiative going forward. The comment about IAASB, Committee 1, you can't say job done. You have to keep saying that this is important because there are so many other things occupying policymaker and regulatory minds that things can start to slip a little bit. So it doesn't have to happen tomorrow. It can happen 5 years from now, but we in this room can't let it slip our minds because other things are going to take it off the front burner for our stakeholders.
Sammy?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to echo my colleagues' thanking of the good work that had been performed. And I only echo the positive points that have been pointed out. I have no criticism. I think it's a very good start, and definitely the data about 24, 25 will continue to come in the future. But with regard to what you mentioned about difference in the level of compliance and the level of assurance provided in Asia Pacific versus the other parts of the world, I was wondering what was the main reason behind that. And I don't think usually it is only the regulatory action that makes the difference. I think there is a very important factor that drives all the preparers, the insurance providers, and the regulators, and this is the investor. And maybe the investor is a little bit missing, from our stats here today. So I was wondering, is it like the investor in Asia Pacific is much more curious or have a higher desire for such information than investor in other parts of the world? And is there any information about the level of desire for the investors to continue having this information compared to what was the status and previously?
So I think everyone on this board appreciates how challenging the investor view is to really understand and to bring it to the table. And I'm part of that, frustration as well, right? So I don't have any granularity on investor perspectives in Asia versus other parts of the world. Where I do engage with investors, I think it's just not well understood. I include that little snippet about the conference I was here in New York, and I had just stood up and gave this presentation, and then, two individuals get up and say, well, there's a new standard coming from an ISO and it's just the same as 5,000. And I sit in my chair and I don't challenge that, but I find that a disservice to the investor community. So again, I think we can't talk too often to investors, but at the end of the day, I think regulators are in the investor protection business, and they have to be an important part of protecting investors from what they don't know, don't take the time to know, don't think they have to know. So I still err on the side of regulation matters, and it's for investor protection and for better functioning markets.
Because regulators are not really going to enact it just because everybody else is doing it.
You're a regulator, Sammy. Make this happen.
I cannot do it just because everybody else is doing it, unless the investor comes and say, I want this information. Otherwise, everybody will come to me and say, why you're giving us more regulatory work? Why are you giving us more burden? If nobody wants to read this, if nobody cares about it, why you want to give us more work? So unless the investor really asks for it, and this is what we need to know about, that is the investor really looking for this information? I know, if you asked me 4 or 5 years ago, yes, investors were crazy about this information. Now, is it the same case now? I don't know. I'm not saying no, but I'm not sure, But and there is some signs of declining with regard to the level of appetite, for the investors in that area.
Bill?
Just one answer to you, Sammy. In Australia, the institutional investors, like the super funds, were fundamental in driving the political agenda in Australia, and which made it mandatory.
And I think we have to be cautious in terms of who we mean by investors. So at one level, this was 5 years ago, not 40 years ago, somebody made the point to me, who are the investors, David? And I started naming BlackRock or whatever else. And they said, no, David, you're the investor. The money that exists in the world belongs to people. They give that money to BlackRock to manage on their behalf, or their government or whoever company has a pension plan for them. And that pension plan gives that money to BlackRock to manage on their behalf. Or maybe the pension plan has in-house experts and they manage that money on behalf of the individuals. So the inflow and the outflow into ESG funds, I think, is a tricky game. and is not a true measure of investor interest in this. That's investor interest in a topic of sustainability or being green. Asset owners, pension plans, the super funds, they're the ones who think this information is going to result in better returns because they have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize return for the pension plan, the shareholders that they serve. So that listening to those fewer voices, Norges Bank in Norway is one example, listening to those fewer voices who have a fiduciary responsibility and a money problem to deliver, pension plans for their stakeholders. They're the ones who aren't in it for a fashion. They're the ones who are in it because they think it maximizes return. And I think there's a lot of noise out there in investor space. I think it's an important distinction between crowding into something that's fashionable versus those who are stewarding trillions of dollars for the next 100 years and whether or not they think this is important information.
Okay, thank you.
My opinion.
All right, thank you. I see no other 10 cards up. But just wanted to thank you, David, for being with us. Thank you for your research. Thank your team, as you rightfully know. And we look forward to future iterations of this work and appreciate yours and IFAC's continued support of ISSA 5000. So thank you very much.
We appreciate all your support for our work. Thanks to Claire, thanks to her colleague on the IAASB side who've given direct feedback into how we can take this forward as the world becomes more mandatory and still keep this interesting and fit for purpose. Anyone who ever wants to reach out to talk about this research, please feel free to contact us. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you. So what we'll do right now is give about 5 minutes, ask the audit evidence team to join us one more time. I think we have one more paper to go, right? Is that correct? 5F, is that it, or is it, 9F? 9F? And then we'll break for the evening after that's over. So thank you, David. Okay. As they say, we're back. So it's great to have the team back at the table. We want to show a lot of energy for this last round to reflect how good the conversations have been today. And then everyone could go off unless you have some other meeting to do. So sorry for those who do. I'm not one of them, so not to gloat, but and then we could have a restful evening. So we're gonna hand it back to, is it Kalina?
Yes, so. Paddy. Yeah, you take it, I think.
That's okay. Thank you, Tom. And I'm the lucky one to
keep the board after 5:30. It's a short topic. It's agenda item 9F. It's about alignment between ISA 330 and ISA 315 revised. We had some initial discussion on this in June, and there will be further discussion in the future quarters. Today, we're bringing only one item for the alignment, which is separate consideration for the risk and the spectrum of inherent risk. So ISA 315 requires a separate assessment of inherent risk and control risk. At the same time, ISA 315 introduced the concept of spectrum of inherent risks. So why we're bringing this change is that because we heard from stakeholders on the project proposal that there is a lack of clarity around the linkage between the assessment of inherent risk on the spectrum of risk, the assessment of control risk, and the design and performance of further audit procedure. We also heard that there are some complexities in the wording in certain paragraph, as well as some duplication between paragraphs in ISA 330. What the engagement team is proposing, as you can see in agenda item 9F, we're proposing some drafting for paragraph 7 of ISA 330, which continues to require a separate consideration of the inherent risk and control risk, but it uses a less complex and more direct language. It enhances the linkage between inherent and control risk assessment and ISA 315 revised. It also helps remove some duplication between paragraph 7A little 2 and paragraph 8A of ISA 330. And also it ties the scaling of persuasiveness of audit evidence with the placement of inherent risk on the spectrum of inherent risk. With that, Tom, I would turn it back to you to get the board's view on questions on 9F.
Okay. Comments on questions 9F. Josephine.
Getting my time in, obviously. Thank you, Fadi. Absolutely happy with the direction that you've gone in. Really tiny granular technical pointers that you're in accordance with in 7A isn't actually technically right. So you just need to look at the wording there, where it lands. It implies that, it implies that you're required to consider the reasons in 315, but that's a documentation requirement. It's a rationale, and that's not what we would link to. So that's all. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ada? The 2 project board members.
Sorry.
We do outreach after the papers are published, so it's and from the outreach, I was alerted to a potential to the objective of what we're trying to achieve. That is okay, but with how it now came to bear, there's some questions there, and particularly as it comes now to 7B, that says consider the assessment of control risk, and the question of are we losing something in 7(2), that where if you have assessed control risk, you shall test control. So I think the consideration is perceived to be a weakening of what we had, and that's something the staff may want to look at. Thank you.
Anyone else? Is silence? I've taken silence. Shall you?
I think to make it more clear is that can we use the wording like in 315, that which you said if you assess the control risk as lower than maximum, then which means you will test the operating effectiveness, right? Can we use the similar wording here to make it clearer?
Okay.
No, thank you.
Michelle?
Yes, similar feedback that even I had got, that for inherent risk, the changes proposed are fine. But for the control risk, it is believed that the language in para 782 related to control risk is retained in ISA 330, because we think it's very important to retain the language in ISA 330 that if control risk was assessed as at less than maximum, then tests of control procedures are required to be performed. The drafting to consider control risk significantly weakens the existing requirement and may have unintended consequences whereby control risk is assessed at less than maximum, but tests of control are not appropriately performed to support that assessment. Thank you.
So we're all in the same vein here. Let's look at some of the language in 3152 or, but the team could take that back, right? Okay, so there's a general support for the direction you're heading here, but take a look at that paragraph and see if we're weakening the requirement that was in too little, the double I's. Any other comments? Okay, obviously, any other drafting suggestions or any drafting suggestions, please hand it back to the team. And great, we've progressed on these papers. Back to you, Kalina.
Thank you, Tom. So just to thank the board for the discussion today, very useful comments, way forward, a lot for us to take away and do. Just put there the timeline, and I know that Willy will talk about the forward agenda, but we are halfway through ED. ED approval is next year. Initially for March, but we are now thinking maybe June is more reasonable. So that's the timeline. What will be happening in the meantime is we continue engaging with stakeholders. We continue coordinating with the groups that have touch points with this project, particularly technology. I think it was also raised. To Tom's point, offline comments are very much welcome. We'll be looking at those and please do send them in to the team. And another point is now that we have some proposals and we are moving towards the second phase of ED development, we will be doing more reach out events, more reach out requests to individual board members. We started some discussions, we'll continue some. So that is all going to happen in Q4, more to hear from us. And Tom, with that, just to thank the board again and the team also for the work here today.
I guess I wouldn't be speaking out of turn either, is if the board members have something they want to talk about on any particular topic, you can reach out to the staff team at any point. That's part of the staff-driven model, is having these two-way interactions between the board and the team. Okay, so before we close out, Tom, any perspectives from the PIOB?
Thank you very much. And an excellent outreach in this project, and I'd like to commend that. And I just want to brief and comment on the outreach is that it's an continuous process, and then not only the one way of the feedback from the stakeholders, but we have to come back to them, especially if they have a very strong view. So if the process goes as they expected, it's okay. But if the process or thinking of the board a little bit unexpected way, then the communication with the stakeholders, especially the investors, have to be a little bit more closer. Not just publishing the ED and then explanation in the, but a little bit more closer communication might be necessary to put them on keeping them on platform. So that's my thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom, for that. So great day. Villy, any?
Yeah, just before the close, on experts, but,
Okay, why don't you do that now?
do that, okay. So you will very soon receive an email, with the, final draft for the experts, proposals that we, still on track to approve tomorrow. And Dan and Jamie and Kazuko has graciously indicated that if anybody wants to consult with them, they will be available from 8:15 tomorrow morning, in the green room.
Do not show up at 8:13 though. They will not be there yet.
But that's actually true.
You you may find them in the coffee line or the breakfast line, but not in the green room though. Well, you and I have to be here at 7:30. So, so great day. Thank you for all of our observers for following us. Thank you for all the team for keeping us going and setting up the conversation so well. And we'll reconvene tomorrow in executive at 9 and then move to public session at 9:30. Just a reminder of what's on the agenda tomorrow. We'll talk about the ISFLC maintenance efforts. We'll then hopefully approve the experts narrow scope amendments. And then we'll get an update on our sustainability assurance and adoption and implementation efforts. So, and then we'll be finished with the 150th plenary meeting. So this evening, a couple of more things, unless things are changing. I assume the audit evidence and risk response team would like to meet with their project team. You give them 10 to 15 minutes and then you'll meet in the green room. The ISFLC project team will meet in the orange room, probably the same thing, give 10 minutes or so. And as I said, the revised version of the experts exposure draft should be shared with people. Okay? Have a great night.